Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to me 3 months ago. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or paranormal stuff, but after what I experienced during my honeymoon in New Orleans, I'm questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. My wife Sarah and I got married last November after dating for 4 years. We're both pretty practical people. I work in healthcare administration, and she's an environmental engineer. I'm 41, she's 28, and despite the age gap, we've always been incredibly compatible. For our honeymoon, we decided to wait until Valentine's Day weekend for better weather and lower prices after the holiday rush. We chose New Orleans because neither of us had been there before, and we'd heard amazing things about the food, music, and architecture. I booked us 4 nights at the St. Charles Hilton, which looked gorgeous in the photos. The building used to be a Masonic lodge back in the early 1900s, and they'd preserved a lot of the original architecture when converting it to a hotel. The ornate ceilings, detailed woodwork, and grand staircase all seemed so romantic in the pictures. We arrived on February 12th, a Friday afternoon. The hotel was even more impressive in person. High ceilings in the lobby, huge chandeliers, intricate moldings, and these massive wooden doors that must have been original to the building. We checked in and got a room on the 5th floor with a view of St. Charles Avenue. The room itself was nice but fairly standard hotel fare, though it did have these weird symbols carved into the wooden headboard that Sarah thought might be Masonic. Our first night, we were exhausted from traveling, so we just grabbed dinner at the hotel restaurant and went to bed early. That's when things started getting weird. I had these intense dreams, not exactly nightmares, but deeply unsettling. I dreamt I was wandering the hotel corridors, following someone I couldn't quite see. Sarah said she had weird dreams too, about being watched by people in old-fashioned clothes. We brushed it off as travel fatigue and spent Saturday, February 13th, exploring. We did a walking tour of the Garden District in the morning, admiring all those beautiful historic homes and visiting Lafayette Cemetery. In the afternoon, we wandered through the French Quarter, had beignets at Café du Monde, and listened to some amazing jazz on Frenchman Street. We had dinner at this incredible Creole restaurant and then went to a few bars. We were having such a good time that we didn't get back to the hotel until after 1 in the morning. I remember feeling oddly uneasy as we walked through the lobby. The night desk clerk was this older man with thick glasses who kept staring at us. The lobby was dimly lit, with just a few lamps creating pools of light that somehow made the shadows seem deeper. I noticed how the massive chandelier swayed slightly, even though there wasn't any breeze. We went up to our room, had a nightcap from the minibar, and fell asleep around 2. What happened next still gives me chills when I think about it. I started having what I thought was another vivid dream. In it, I found myself standing in a hallway that I somehow knew was on the 3rd floor of the hotel. The carpet was deep red with some kind of geometric pattern, and the wallpaper had this faded floral design. The hallway was lit by wall sconces that gave off a yellowish glow. I walked down the corridor, drawn toward the end where it opened into a larger space near what seemed to be a ballroom. There was a woman sitting on an antique couch in the corner. She wore a black lace dress with a high collar that looked like it was from the Victorian era. Her hair was pulled back severely from her face, which was pale and expressionless. She wasn't looking at me. She was staring straight ahead as if waiting for someone. I remember wanting to speak to her, but feeling like I couldn't make a sound. Then, suddenly the scene changed, and I was on the 1st floor near the lobby. The lighting had changed to these alternating purple, green and gold lights, Mardi Gras colors. The lobby was empty, but I could hear faint music playing somewhere. It was then that I realized I was freezing cold. I looked down and was horrified to see I was wearing nothing but my pink underwear. No bra, no shirt, no pants, nothing else. I felt exposed and vulnerable and suddenly very, very afraid. I knew I needed to get back to my room on the 5th floor, but I couldn't remember how to get to the elevators. I started walking through the lobby, trying to cover myself with my hands, desperately hoping no one would see me. I found a stairwell and started climbing, my bare feet cold against the marble steps. The stairwell was dimly lit and seemed to go on forever. I kept climbing and climbing, counting the floors. When I reached what I thought was the 5th floor, I opened the door to find another hallway that looked identical to all the others. I had no idea which room was mine, but I felt drawn to the right, so I followed that instinct. As I walked down the hallway, I could swear I heard footsteps behind me, but every time I turned to look, there was no one there. The air felt heavy and cold, and I had goosebumps all over my body. I finally recognized our room number and started pounding on the door, calling Sarah's name. After what felt like an eternity, the door opened and Sarah stood there in her pajamas, looking confused and scared. "What the hell? Where have you been?" she asked, pulling me inside. That's when I realized with absolute horror that this wasn't a dream. I had actually been sleepwalking through the hotel, wearing nothing but my underwear at 4 in the morning. I burst into tears as Sarah wrapped me in a blanket and sat me down on the bed, asking me what happened. I couldn't explain it. I hadn't sleepwalked since I was a child, maybe 8 or 9 years old, and I'd never sleepwalked as an adult, not once. Sarah was freaked out too. She said she'd woken up to find my side of the bed empty and had been about to call hotel security when I started pounding on the door. We barely slept the rest of the night. I kept the bathroom light on and the door cracked because I was terrified of the dark. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jerk awake, afraid I'd start sleepwalking again. In the morning, Sarah suggested we check out and find another hotel, but it was Valentine's Day weekend and everywhere was booked solid. Plus, we'd prepaid for our room. We decided to talk to the hotel staff. Maybe there was a logical explanation, like something in the building's ventilation system causing hallucinations or something. I approached the front desk while Sarah was getting coffee in the hotel cafe. The morning staff knew nothing, but when I specifically asked if the hotel had any history of being haunted, the young woman at the desk got this uncomfortable look on her face and said I should speak to Eugene, the evening desk clerk who'd been working at the hotel for over 20 years. We spent the day sightseeing, but my heart wasn't in it. I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. That evening we came back early, and I went to find Eugene, the night clerk I'd noticed staring at us the night before. When I asked him about ghosts, his expression changed immediately. He looked around to make sure no one else was listening, then leaned forward. "The management doesn't like us talking about it," he said in a low voice with a thick Louisiana accent. "But yes, ma'am, this building has spirits, many of them." He told me the hotel was known among staff for having at least 3 distinct ghosts. A man on the 5th floor who was supposedly a former Mason who died during a ritual gone wrong. A woman in black on the 3rd floor who was believed to be the wife of a former lodge master who'd committed suicide after finding out about her husband's infidelity, and a woman in white who was seen moving between the 2nd and 14th floors, though no one knew her story. "The woman in black," I said, my voice shaking. "Does she sit on a couch near the ballroom on the 3rd floor?" Eugene's eyes widened. "You've seen her," he whispered. It wasn't a question. I told him what had happened, and he nodded like it made perfect sense. "The spirits here, they can influence sensitive people, make them do things, especially when they're asleep. He recommended we put a line of salt across our doorway and keep a light on all night." I know how this sounds. If someone had told me this story 3 months ago, I'd have thought they were making it up. or had some kind of mental health episode, but I know what I experienced. For the remaining 2 nights, Sarah and I both had disturbing dreams. We'd wake up at the same time in the middle of the night, feeling like someone was in the room with us. The TV turned on by itself twice. The second time, it was on a static channel, and I swear I could hear voices coming through the white noise. We kept the lights on, put salt across the doorway like Eugene suggested, feeling ridiculous but desperate, and took turns staying awake to make sure neither of us wandered off. I didn't sleepwalk again, but I felt a constant sense of being watched. When we checked out, I asked the manager about the building's history, but he gave a rehearsed answer about its rich architectural heritage and changed the subject. I later did some research and found that the Masonic lodge that originally occupied the building had been involved in some pretty esoteric practices beyond the usual Masonic traditions. There were rumors of occult rituals performed there in the 1920s. It's been 3 months, and I still get chills thinking about that woman in the black dress on the 3rd floor. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, absolutely certain that she's standing in the corner of our bedroom, watching me. Sarah says I talk in my sleep now, which I never did before. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, or if there's some other explanation for what happened to me in that hotel. All I know is that something in that old Masonic building connected with me in a way I can't explain, and I'm not sure I'll ever be free of it. Story 2. I still can't explain what happened that night in the mountains. It's been 3 months, and I've gone over it countless times in my head, trying to find a logical explanation. There isn't one. I'm not someone who believes in the paranormal. At least I wasn't before. My best friend Dylan and I had planned this stargazing trip for weeks. We're both amateur astronomers, and with the meteor shower predicted for that weekend, we decided to head up to a small town in British Columbia called Cedar Ridge. It's about 4 hours from Vancouver, nestled in the mountains with minimal light pollution, perfect for watching the night sky. We arrived at our motel around 7 in the evening after stopping for dinner at the only diner in town. The place was quiet, just a handful of tourists and locals. The motel owner, an older guy named Ted, was friendly enough, though he did mention something that I didn't think much of at the time. If you folks are heading out to stargaze tonight, stick to the designated areas. Some of the back roads can get tricky, and cell service is spotty at best. I nodded, not really paying attention as I signed the check-in forms. Dylan was already pulling up maps on his phone, looking for the best spot to set up. There's a clearing about 9 miles north of here, he said, showing me the screen. Looks perfect, elevation's good, and it's far enough from town that the light pollution should be minimal. We unpacked, grabbed some snacks and drinks, and waited for nightfall. By 10:30, we were in my SUV, driving along a winding road that cut through dense forest. The trees were massive, old growth pines and cedars that blocked out what little moonlight there was. I remember thinking how utterly dark it was. Even with my headlights on high beam, I could only see maybe 20 feet ahead. "Turn here," Dylan said, pointing to a dirt road that veered off to the right. According to the map, there should be a small clearing about half a mile down. I turned onto the dirt road, the SUV bouncing over ruts and potholes. The forest seemed to close in around us, branches occasionally scraping against the sides of the vehicle. It was quiet, except for the crunch of tires on gravel and the occasional creak of branches in the wind. We found the clearing, more of a widened area on the side of the road than an actual clearing, and I parked. When I cut the engine and turned off the headlights, the darkness was absolute. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. It took a few minutes for our eyes to adjust, and even then, all I could make out were the vague silhouettes of the trees against the slightly lighter sky. "Holy shit, look at the stars," Dylan whispered, and I looked up. It was breathtaking. Without the light pollution, the sky was absolutely packed with stars, more than I'd ever seen before. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a ribbon of light, and we could see satellites moving slowly among the fixed points of light. We decided to set up in the back of my SUV. I'd removed the back seats earlier, creating a flat space where we could lay out blankets and sleeping bags and stargaze in comfort. Dylan grabbed his camera and tripod, wanting to take some long exposure shots of the sky. "I'm going to set up over there," he said, pointing to a spot about 20 feet from the car. "The angle's better." I nodded and started arranging the blankets and sleeping bags in the back of the SUV. I'd left the hatch open to maximize our view of the sky. Dylan walked off into the darkness, the beam of his flashlight bobbing as he moved. I was on my knees in the back of the SUV, spreading out a thermal blanket when I first heard it. At first, I thought it was music coming from Dylan's phone, a soft, melodic sound that seemed to float through the air. It was a woman's voice, singing what sounded like a lullaby or a folk song. The melody was steady, almost hypnotic. "Hey, can you turn that down?" I called out, annoyed that he was playing music when we were supposed to be enjoying the quiet of nature. There was a pause, and then Dylan's voice came back, confused. "Turn what down?" "The music. Whatever you're playing on your phone." "I'm not playing anything." I froze, my hands still gripping the blanket. The singing continued, clearer now. A woman's voice, rich and melodious, singing words I couldn't quite make out. It wasn't coming from Dylan's direction. It seemed to be coming from the forest behind the SUV, maybe 30 or 40 feet away. "Do you hear that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Dylan was silent for a moment, and I could see the beam of his flashlight stop moving. "Yeah," he finally said. "What the hell is that?" The singing continued, neither getting closer nor fading away. It was as if someone was standing in one spot in the pitch-black forest, singing to themselves. There were no accompanying sounds, no footsteps, no rustling of leaves, no twigs snapping, just the voice, disembodied and eerie in the darkness. A cold wave of panic washed over me. Something felt wrong, deeply, fundamentally wrong. I scrambled to the front of the SUV, my heart pounding in my chest. "Dylan, get back to the car," I hissed. To my surprise, Dylan seemed more curious than afraid. "Who's out there?" he called into the darkness, his flashlight beam sweeping the tree line. The singing stopped abruptly, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. I felt the hairs on my arms stand on end. "Dylan, please get in the car," I said, my voice shaking. He finally seemed to sense my fear and walked quickly back to the SUV. I closed the hatch as soon as he was inside, locking all the doors. "What the hell was that?" he asked, his face pale in the dim light of the interior. "I don't know, but I don't like it," I said, my hands trembling as I put the key in the ignition. "Let's get out of here." "Wait," Dylan said, putting a hand on my arm. "Let's think about this. It was probably just another stargazer or a hiker. In the middle of the night, 9 miles from town, with no flashlight?" My voice rose with each question. "And why would they be singing?" Dylan didn't have an answer for that. After a moment, he suggested, "Let's at least try to see what's out there. Turn the car around so the headlights shine into the forest." It seemed like a reasonable compromise, so I started the engine and carefully maneuvered the SUV until it was facing the area where we'd heard the singing. I turned on the high beams, illuminating the first few rows of trees, but beyond that was just darkness. We sat in silence for a few minutes, watching and listening. There was no movement, no sound, except for the idling engine and our own breathing. "Maybe we imagined it," Dylan suggested half-heartedly. I shook my head. We both heard it. Then Dylan remembered something. "I was recording video when we heard it. Let me check if I captured anything." He pulled out his camera and began reviewing the footage. I leaned over to watch, my heart still racing. The video showed the night sky, stars glittering against the blackness, with the occasional commentary from Dylan about the constellations he was identifying. And then we heard it on the recording, faint at first but unmistakable. The singing, a woman's voice, ethereal and haunting. But what made my blood run cold was what we saw next. In the bottom corner of the frame, barely visible in the darkness, something moved. It was just a shadow, a darker patch against the blackness of the forest, but it was definitely there, and it was definitely moving. "What the fuck is that?" I whispered, pointing at the screen. Dylan rewound the footage and played it again, zooming in on the corner of the frame. The shadow moved again, shifting in a way that suggested it was turning, possibly looking toward the camera. I suddenly realized why I had felt so uneasy while setting up the blankets. Throughout the recording, you could see me in the background, constantly looking over my shoulder as if I sensed something watching me. I hadn't been consciously aware of it at the time, but some part of me had known we weren't alone. "We need to go," I said, putting the SUV in drive. "Now." Dylan didn't argue this time. I drove back to the main road faster than was safe on the rough terrain, the headlights bouncing wildly as we hit bumps and potholes. Neither of us spoke until we were back on the paved road heading toward town. "What do you think that was?" Dylan finally asked, his voice unnaturally calm. "I don't know," I replied honestly, "but it wasn't normal." When we got back to the motel, we showed the footage to Ted, the owner. His face grew serious as he watched, and when it was over, he closed the laptop slowly. "Where exactly were you folks tonight?" he asked, his voice carefully neutral. Dylan showed him the location on the map. Ted's expression darkened. "That area's not good for stargazing," he said. "Too many trees. You should have gone to Pines Lookout instead." "Why?" I pressed. "Has something happened there before?" Ted hesitated, then shrugged. "Just stories. Every small town has them." "What kind of stories?" Dylan asked. Ted sighed, looking uncomfortable. "Back in the 70s, a woman went missing in those woods. Young singer from Vancouver came up here to get away from the city, write some songs. They found her car on that same dirt road, but never found her. Some folks say they can still hear her singing on quiet nights." I felt a chill run through me. "You could have mentioned this before." "We went up there." Ted looked defensive. "It's just a local legend. Most of the tourists who come through here want to hear the spooky stories. Adds to the experience." We didn't sleep well that night. I kept replaying the events in my head, trying to find a rational explanation. Maybe it was another hiker or camper. Maybe it was an elaborate prank. Maybe the shadow in the video was just a trick of the light. But deep down, I knew better. There was something unnatural about that voice, something that didn't belong in this world. It wasn't just that it was out of place in the dark forest. It was the way it seemed to exist in isolation, with no body to produce it, no footsteps to accompany it. We left Cedar Ridge early the next morning. On the drive home, Dylan suggested we try to enhance the video, see if we could get a clearer image of whatever was in the forest. I agreed, but part of me didn't want to know. Some things are better left unexplained. We've analyzed that footage dozens of times since then. We've enhanced it, adjusted the contrast, slowed it down frame by frame. The shadow is definitely there, definitely moving, but we've never been able to make out what it is. As for the singing, audio analysis shows it's a woman's voice, but there's something off about it. The frequency range is slightly wrong, as if it's being distorted somehow. I haven't been stargazing since that night. Dylan has tried to convince me to go again, but in a different location. He seems to have rationalized the experience, filed it away as an interesting anecdote. I can't do that. I still wake up sometimes, thinking I can hear that voice singing in the darkness outside my window. And I still find myself looking over my shoulder, feeling watched, even when I'm alone. Whatever was in those woods that night, it wasn't human, and sometimes I can't shake the feeling that it followed us home. Story 3. I never believed in ghosts. I'm still not sure I do, but ever since I moved into my current home about 3 years ago, things have happened that I just can't explain. I'm not talking about doors slamming or objects moving on their own like in horror movies. It's more subtle than that, but in a way it's creepier. It all started with my tortoiseshell cat, Pepper. She's always been pretty normal, playful, affectionate, sometimes a bit aloof like most cats. But about 6 months after we moved in, she started acting weird around my bed. The first time I noticed it, I was half asleep. It was around 2 in the morning, and I felt Pepper jump onto my bed. Instead of her usual routine of walking directly to my pillow to curl up, she was moving strangely. When I opened my eyes, I saw her creeping across my comforter like she was navigating a minefield. Each paw placed deliberately, her body low to the mattress, nose twitching constantly. Her eyes were wide, pupils fully dilated. "What's wrong, girl?" I whispered, thinking maybe she'd spotted a moth or something. When I shifted my leg under the covers, she jumped back so violently she nearly fell off the bed. She hissed, not at me, but at something on the bed. Then she just sat there at the edge, staring at a spot near my feet. I checked, obviously. Nothing there. I wrote it off as one of those weird cat things. Maybe she'd had a bad dream or something. But then it happened again a few nights later. Same behavior, the careful stepping, the intense sniffing of the comforter. This time when I moved, she not only jumped away but actually puffed up, her tail like a bottle brush. She backed away slowly, never taking her eyes off that same spot near the foot of my bed. By the third time, I was getting genuinely concerned. Was there some kind of pest in my bed I couldn't see? I stripped everything, washed all the bedding, even flipped the mattress. That night, Pepper came into my room, took one look at the bed, and just turned around and walked out. She didn't sleep in my room for almost a week after that, but the cat's weird behavior was just the beginning. One night in the middle of winter, I remember it was freezing outside and I had the heat cranked up. I woke up suddenly around 3 in the morning. At first I wasn't sure what had woken me. The house was quiet, except for the soft hum of the heater. Then I heard it. A faint crackling sound, like someone crushing paper very slowly, or the sound of static electricity. It wasn't coming from one place. It seemed to be moving through the air of my bedroom. I sat up, fully awake now. The sound traveled slowly across the room, from the doorway toward my closet, one of those bifold door types. The noise changed slightly as it moved, becoming more like snapping, similar to a rubber band against paper, but quieter, more delicate. When it reached the closet, the bifold doors weren't completely closed, and the sound slipped right through the gap and settled inside. And then, from inside my closet, the snapping continued. Pop, pop, pop. Soft but distinct. I wasn't the only one who heard it. Pepper was sitting at the foot of my bed, her head turning to follow the sound's path across the room, exactly as mine had. We both stared at the closet now. Pop, pop, pop. I'd like to say I was brave enough to get up and check the closet, but I wasn't. I sat frozen in my bed until the sound stopped, maybe 5 minutes later. Pepper stayed alert long after I convinced myself it must have been the house settling in the cold or something with the heating system. The next morning, I checked the closet thoroughly. Nothing seemed disturbed or out of place. No evidence of mice or any other explanation for the sound. I probably would have forgotten about it if it hadn't happened again and again. Always the same pattern. The crackling moving across the room, slipping into the closet, and then those quiet pops from inside. Sometimes weeks would pass between incidents, sometimes just days. My son Jake, who was 5 at the time, never mentioned hearing anything unusual, which was somewhat reassuring. Kids are supposed to be more sensitive to this kind of thing, right? At least, that's what I told myself. Until one afternoon when I was running late getting home from work, the babysitter texted that she needed to leave by 5:30, but I was stuck in traffic. I called to let her know I'd be about 10 minutes late, and she said it was fine. When I finally pulled into our driveway at 5:40, Jake was waiting at the window with the sitter. As soon as I walked in, he said, "I told Sarah you were almost home." The sitter laughed. He did. About 2 minutes before you called, he suddenly announced, "Mommy's coming home now." I ruffled his hair. "How did you know, buddy?" "I heard the snapping noise go across the living room," he said casually. "That's how I always know you're coming home." I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. "What snapping noise, Jake?" He looked at me like I was being silly. "You know, the snapping that moves around. It goes this way when you're coming home." He traced a path with his finger from our front door through the living room toward the hallway. I hadn't consciously registered that sound in connection with my arrivals home, but as soon as he said it, I realized he was right. That same crackling, snapping sound often did precede my entry into rooms. I'd subconsciously written it off as the sound of my clothes or shoes or something. The babysitter was giving us a weird look, so I quickly changed the subject. But that night, after Jake was asleep, I sat in the living room with all the lights on, listening. The house was quiet. "Am I losing my mind?" I whispered to Pepper, who was curled up beside me on the couch. She just blinked slowly at me, offering no answers. The next morning I woke up to find Pepper conducting what I can only describe as a thorough investigation of my bedroom closet. She was sitting in front of it, staring at the bifold doors with such intensity I half expected them to burst into flames. I watched as she reached up and batted at the edge of one door until it swung open a bit. Then she slipped inside. I could hear her moving around in there, the soft thump of her jumping up onto the shelving, the rustle as she pushed between hanging clothes. After about 10 minutes, she emerged, looking satisfied. She made direct eye contact with me, something she doesn't do often, before trotting out of the room to eat her breakfast, as if to say, "All clear for now." Life went on. The snapping sounds continued occasionally, but they became just another quirk of the house, like the way the third stair creaks or how the kitchen faucet needs an extra twist to turn completely off. Jake never seemed bothered by it, and Pepper's closet inspections became routine, until about 4 months ago. I was in bed reading, some thriller I'd picked up at the airport on my way back from a business trip. It was around 11 at night, and Pepper was nestled in the crook of my arm, purring contentedly. The house was quiet except for the occasional car passing outside. Then we both heard it, a scrambling sound, like something with claws or nails scrabbling against the hardwood floor in the hallway. It was moving fast, much faster than the usual crackling noise. Before I could even sit up, the sound raced into my bedroom across the floor, and then, this is the part that still makes my skin crawl, it went underneath my bed. This wasn't a small sound like a mouse. This sounded like something roughly the size of a cat running at full speed, and when it went under the bed, there was a crash or a thump, like it had collided with something near the corner closest to my head. The sound was so physical, so real, that I actually felt the vibration through the bed frame. It sounded like whatever it was had crashed into something made of paper or plastic. That distinctive crinkling impact noise. Pepper and I both reacted instantly. We both leaned over the edge of the bed to look at the same time, her front paws on my arm, both of us peering into the darkness beneath. There was nothing there, just the hardwood floor, the wall, and the baseboard trim. No paper, no plastic, nothing that could have made that noise, nothing that could have been running across my floor. I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it under the bed, empty, completely empty. When I sat back up, Pepper was staring at me, not with fear, but with what I can only describe as understanding, like she was saying, "You heard that too, right? This is what I've been trying to tell you." In that moment, I realized Pepper had grown accustomed to these things, the snapping, the crackling, whatever presence seemed to share our home. She no longer panicked at the sounds, she merely acknowledged them, kept track of them. She had become our family's paranormal security system. But whatever had happened that first time on my comforter, whatever she had seen or felt that I couldn't, had clearly been different. More threatening, perhaps. Something she needed to warn me about. I still sleep in that bedroom, Jake still plays happily throughout the house. Pepper still conducts her regular inspections. The snapping still travels through our rooms, announcing arrivals, departures, or just making its presence known. I've never felt threatened exactly, just watched, accompanied. And sometimes, late at night when I hear that familiar crackling sound move across my bedroom, I find myself wondering not if we're alone in the house, but who or what we're sharing it with, and whether they were here before us or whether they followed us here. Because the thing is, the day before we first heard that scrambling sound under the bed, we'd visited my mother's storage unit to pick up some old family photos. And among those photos was one of my great-grandmother standing in front of her house, the same house we now live in, with her tortoiseshell cat beside her. Story 4. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my immediate circle. Even now, typing this out feels strange, like I'm exposing something deeply personal that most people won't believe anyway. But after seeing some of the experiences others have shared here, I feel like maybe this is a place where I can finally put this out there. This happened when I was 4 years old. I'm 26 now, but the memory hasn't faded at all. It's one of those childhood memories that stays crystal clear, while so many others blur together. My family lived in San Francisco's Ingleside district, on Dorado Terrace. It was a modest house, nothing special, just a typical middle-class home in a quiet neighborhood. My dad worked as an electrician, and my mom was a part-time nurse at the local hospital. We weren't rich, but my parents always tried to make sure I had the things I wanted, especially on special occasions. That Saturday was just a normal weekend. My parents had promised to take me to Toys R Us because I'd been begging for this electric cart I'd seen in a commercial for weeks. It was battery-operated, bright red, and in my 4-year-old mind, it was the coolest thing I could possibly own. The kind of toy you could actually sit in and drive around the sidewalk. I remember the excitement I felt walking into that massive store with the colorful logo and aisles upon aisles of toys. The smell of new plastic and cardboard boxes, the brightness of the fluorescent lights. Every detail of that day is somehow permanently etched in my memory. When we finally found the cart, I practically bounced up and down as my dad lifted the heavy box onto our cart. I kept looking back at it in the trunk all the way home, afraid it might somehow disappear if I didn't keep an eye on it. Once we got home, my dad unboxed it in the living room. I was beyond excited, standing there in my little blue shorts and Spider-Man t-shirt, practically vibrating with anticipation. But then came the dreaded words, "The battery needs to charge for a few hours, Danny." My heart sank. In kid time, a few hours might as well be forever. My mum suggested I take a nap while it charged, and normally I would have protested, but she promised I could play with it immediately after waking up. So I reluctantly agreed. My bedroom was small but comfortable, light blue walls with some superhero stickers I'd been allowed to put up, a twin bed with space-themed sheets, a wooden dresser my grandfather had made, and a closet directly across from my bed. My dad carried the cart into my room and placed it in front of the closet so it could charge from the outlet there. I remember watching him plug it in, the little red charging light blinking on. He ruffled my hair, told me to get some rest, and left the door slightly ajar as he walked out. I didn't fall asleep right away. How could I? The thing I'd been wanting for so long was finally in my room, just waiting to be played with. I lay there staring at it, imagining all the adventures I would have once that battery was fully charged. The house was quiet. Through my partially open door, I could hear the muffled sounds of my parents talking in the kitchen, the occasional clink of dishes. Sunlight filtered through my curtains, casting a warm glow across the room. It was peaceful, safe. I must have been staring at that cart for about 15 minutes when it happened. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. The closet door was partially open, and it seemed like the space inside was changing somehow. Not physically altering its shape, but like something was being layered on top of reality. The best way I can describe it now, as an adult, is like when you hold a transparent sheet over a picture. You can still see what's underneath, but there's this new image superimposed on top. What appeared was a staircase, a grey, slightly transparent staircase that seemed to emerge from the ceiling of my closet and descend down to the floor. It wasn't solid. I could still see my clothes hanging in the closet behind it, but it was definitely there. It looked old, made of worn stone, with no railings, just steps leading up into darkness. I wasn't scared. That's the strangest part. As a 4-year-old seeing something impossible, you'd think I'd scream for my parents, but I felt completely calm, almost mesmerized by what I was seeing. Then I saw movement at the top of the stairs. A small figure appeared and began descending. It was a child, maybe my age or slightly older. Like the staircase, they weren't fully solid, more like a faded photograph come to life. I couldn't make out detailed features, but I could tell they were wearing what looked like old-fashioned clothes, short pants, a loose shirt, and something cap-like on their head. The figure reached the bottom of the stairs and approached my electric cart. There was something deliberate about their movements, like they had a specific purpose. When they reached the cart, they carefully climbed onto it, positioning themselves like a jockey on a horse. They didn't touch the controls or anything, just sat there, as if imagining they were driving it. After maybe 10 seconds, the figure dismounted and simply faded away. The staircase remained. I blinked, wondering if what I'd seen was real. Before I could even process it, the figure reappeared at the top of the stairs again. The exact same sequence played out, descending the stairs, approaching the cart, mounting it like a jockey, sitting there briefly, then dismounting and fading away. This cycle repeated itself several times. I lost count of how many. Each time was identical to the last, like watching a video on loop. I just lay there in my bed, completely transfixed. The sunlight continued streaming. Through my window, the sounds of my parents in the kitchen continued, but in my room, this impossible thing was happening over and over. Eventually, I don't know how long it took, both the figure and the staircase began to fade. Not suddenly, but gradually, like fog dissipating in the morning sun. And then they were gone. My closet was just a closet again. My new toy sat there, still charging, the little red light still blinking. I didn't tell my parents what happened, not then. I'm not sure why. Maybe I sensed they wouldn't believe me, or maybe it felt like a special secret. I did eventually fall asleep, and when I woke up, the cart was charged and ready to go. I played with it all evening, riding it up and down the sidewalk in front of our house while my dad watched. It was everything I'd hoped it would be, but in the back of my mind, I kept thinking about what I'd seen. Life went on. I grew up in that house, made friends in the neighborhood, went to school. My best friend was a kid named Alex, who lived a few blocks away. His parents, the Morellis, were like a second family to me. I spent countless afternoons at their house, especially as we got older and became more independent. It wasn't until I was 12 that I finally told someone about what I'd seen that day. Alex and I were having a sleepover at his house, telling scary stories with flashlights under a blanket fort we'd built in his living room. When it was my turn, instead of making something up, I told the truth. I told him about the staircase and the figure who wanted to ride my toy. Alex was enthralled, asking me questions I couldn't answer. His mom overheard us as she came in to check on us and bring us snacks. I expected her to laugh it off or tell us to stop scaring ourselves, but her reaction surprised me. She sat down next to our fort, a strange expression on her face. "Danny," she said quietly, "did you know that before all these houses were built, there used to be an orphanage in this area?" I shook my head. I had no idea. "It was torn down in the 1930s, she continued. "My grandmother used to volunteer there sometimes. She said it was a sad place. Too many children, not enough resources. The kids rarely had toys or nice things." A chill ran through me as she spoke, Mrs. Morelli wasn't the type to make things up or exaggerate. She was a librarian, practical and factual. "I'm not saying what you saw was a ghost," she added quickly, noticing my wide eyes. "But this neighborhood has history. Sometimes I think places remember what happened in them, even after everything changes." That night I barely slept. I kept thinking about what she'd said, about the orphanage and the children who lived there. Children who might never have had something as wonderful as an electric cart to play with. Children who might have only been able to imagine such luxuries. Over the years, I've tried to research the orphanage Mrs. Morelli mentioned. There isn't much information available, just a few old newspaper clippings and mentions in city records. It was called the Ingleside Children's Home, and it operated from 1896 to 1932. After it was demolished, the land was eventually developed into residential housing, including the street where my family lived. I never saw the staircase or the figure again, even though we lived in that house until I left for college. Sometimes I'd stare at my closet before falling asleep, half hoping, half fearing it would reappear. But it never did. I've thought a lot about what happened that day. Was it real? Was it just the imagination of a tired 4-year-old excited about a new toy? I don't know. But it doesn't feel like imagination. It feels like a memory, as real as the memory of going to Toys R Us or riding my cart for the first time. What stays with me most is the lack of fear I felt. There was nothing threatening about what I saw. If anything, there was something profoundly sad about it. This ghostly child, repeating the same action over and over, just wanting to experience something they never could in life. I'm not religious or particularly spiritual. I don't know if I believe in ghosts in the traditional sense, but I do believe that somehow, for a brief moment that Saturday afternoon, something opened up between now and then, some thin spot where past and present overlapped. And in that overlap, a child who had lived and died long before I was born got to imagine, just for a moment, what it might feel like to have something I took for granted. I still can't explain it. Maybe I never will. But whenever I drive through my old neighborhood when visiting my parents, I think about that child, and sometimes I swear I can feel them thinking about me too. Story 5. I've never really told anyone about this except my therapist, and even then I felt like she thought I was making it up. But I swear on everything I care about, this happened exactly as I'm about to describe it. I grew up in this old J-shaped house from the 1940s. My parents bought it when I was 7, and it had this weird energy from day one. Not necessarily bad, just present. Like the walls had absorbed all the lives that had passed through them. My great-grandmother actually died in that house before we moved in. It was a family property that had been passed down. Several other people had died there too over the decades, which I didn't think much about as a kid because, well, old houses have histories. My bedroom was on the shorter end of the J, with windows facing out to the side yard and the garden beyond. Even during the day, that garden always looked darker than it should have been. The trees around the property were massive old oaks that blocked a lot of light, but the garden specifically seemed to exist in its own permanent twilight. When I was about 13, my friend Jake started staying over a lot. His parents were going through a messy divorce, and my house became his refuge. We were both at that age where being scared was fun. We'd watch horror movies way past midnight and dare each other to do stupid things. One night in July, it was a Friday, I remember, because my parents had gone to some work dinner and told us they'd be back late. Jake suggested we go outside. It was probably around 11 at night, hot and sticky like summer nights in the south always are. The cicadas were so loud you could barely hear yourself think. "Let's check out the garden," he said, this mischievous look on his face. "Your mum always says not to go back there at night." My mum had indeed told me to stay out of the garden after dark. She claimed it was because of potential snakes or maybe even coyotes, but the way she said it made me think there was something else she wasn't telling me. "Fine," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "But we're bringing flashlights." We snuck out through the side door, past the kitchen. The wooden steps creaked under our weight, and I winced at each sound. The air outside felt thick, almost like you could grab chunks of it. There was no breeze, just stagnant heat and the smell of soil and something else I couldn't place, something slightly metallic. To get to the garden, we had to go around the side of the house, past my bedroom windows, and over this old gate. It wasn't really a gate so much as a short wooden fence with a plank that swung open, just wide enough for a car to drive through, though no one had used it that way in decades. The hinges were rusted, and it made this awful scraping sound when we pushed it open. The moment we stepped through that gate, the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Jake noticed it too. I saw him rub his arms. "Dude, it's freezing back here," he whispered. I nodded, sweeping my flashlight beam across the garden. It was a decent-sized space, maybe 40 feet deep and 30 feet wide, surrounded by a crumbling stone wall that was probably original to the house. Nothing really grew there anymore. My mom had tried planting vegetables a few summers before, but everything had died within weeks. Now it was just patchy, yellowed grass and dirt. Except for one thing. Right at the back of the garden, almost touching the stone wall, stood a single tree. It wasn't particularly tall, maybe 15 feet high, but there was something off about it. In the middle of July, when every other tree was heavy with leaves, this one was completely bare. The branches were thin, but not brittle-looking, the bark dark and healthy, despite having no signs of life. "What kind of tree is that?" Jake asked, moving his flashlight beam up and down the trunk. "I don't know," I replied. "It's always been like that. My dad tried to cut it down once, but the chainsaw blade broke." We moved closer, drawn to it like moths to a flame. The ground around the tree was different too. Not a single weed or blade of grass grew within a 6-foot radius of the trunk. Just bare, dark soil that looked almost wet, despite there not being any rain for weeks. And then I saw it. Hanging from one of the lower branches, swinging slightly though there was no wind, was a tiny noose. "Jake," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "do you see that?" He followed my flashlight beam. "What the hell?" he muttered. "Is that a noose?" I finished. "A tiny one." It was perfectly formed, the rope no thicker than a shoelace, the loop just big enough to fit around a small doll's neck or maybe a large mouse. It hung about 5 feet off the ground, slowly turning clockwise, then counterclockwise. "Did you put that there?" Jake asked, taking a step back. "No. Why would I do that?" "Maybe it's from when you were little. Like a toy or something?" I shook my head. "I've never seen it before." We stood there, staring at the miniature hanging rope, both of us too creeped out to touch it, but too fascinated to walk away. That's when I noticed something moving behind the tree. At first, I thought it was just shadows from our flashlights, but then I realized the shape was moving independently. It was gray and blurry around the edges, like when you try to take a picture of something moving too fast. It seemed to be coming from behind the stone wall, passing through it as if the solid rock wasn't even there. "Jake," I said, my voice cracking, "do you see that?" His face had gone completely white. "The gray thing? Yeah." "We should go," I said, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. The gray figure came closer, and as it did, I started to make out features. It was humanoid, about the height of an adult man, but its face was wrong. The proportions were off, like someone had tried to draw a person from memory and messed up the details. But despite the wrongness of it, I recognized who it was supposed to be. "That looks like my grandpa," I whispered. My grandfather had died when I was 5. I barely remembered him, just flashes of a tall man with a deep voice who smelled like pipe tobacco. But the figure approaching us had his distinctive posture. the slight stoop of his shoulders, the way he held his head tilted slightly to the right. "How is that possible?" Jake asked, his voice shaking. Before I could answer, a second figure appeared. This one wasn't grey, it was completely black, like a hole cut into the fabric of reality. No features were visible, just a human-shaped absence of light. But somehow, impossibly, I knew exactly who it was. "And that's my great-grandfather," I said. I'd never even met my great-grandfather. He died decades before I was born. The only reason I recognized him was from a single photograph my dad kept in his office, a stern-looking man in an old military uniform, standing ramrod straight with his hands behind his back. The black figure moved exactly like that, with a rigid, formal posture that seemed more appropriate for a parade ground than a garden at night. The two figures continued to approach, moving with a purpose that made my skin crawl. They weren't just wandering, they were coming for us specifically. "Trevor," Jake hissed, grabbing my arm. "We need to go, now." I nodded, but still couldn't make my legs work. It was like I was caught in one of those nightmares where you're trying to run, but your body won't respond. The grey figure that resembled my grandfather was now about 10 feet away, and I could see more details. The pipe in his mouth, the suspenders he always wore. The black figure of my great-grandfather was right behind him, moving in perfect synchronization. The air had grown even colder, and I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. The cicadas had stopped their singing, leaving an unnatural silence broken only by our panicked breathing. 5 feet away now, I could smell pipe tobacco. 4 feet. The temperature dropped again, and my teeth started to chatter. 3 feet. The tiny noose on the tree began to swing more violently, as if caught in a strong wind. 2 feet. I felt a pressure building in my ears like being underwater. 1 foot. I closed my eyes, unable to look anymore. And then, salvation came in the most unexpected form. A fox, at least I think it was a fox, darted between us and the approaching figures, breaking the paralysis that had gripped me. It was reddish-brown and moved so quickly it was just a blur across our flashlight beams. Jake screamed, and suddenly we were both running, stumbling over uneven ground, gasping for breath. We didn't stop to close the gate behind us, just sprinted around the side of the house and through the front door, slamming it shut and locking it with trembling hands. We sat on the living room floor, backs against the door, for what felt like hours. Neither of us spoke. What was there to say? We'd seen something impossible, something that shouldn't exist. My parents came home around 1 in the morning, finding us still sitting there, pale and shaking. We told them we'd seen a fox in the garden, and it had scared us. It wasn't entirely a lie. That was 12 years ago. I'm 25 now, living in an apartment 3 states away from that house. My parents still live there, though they've renovated extensively. The garden has been paved over for a patio, and that strange leafless tree was finally removed during the construction. But here's the thing that still haunts me. When the workers dug up the tree, they found something buried beneath it. My mom called to tell me, her voice strange and tight. They'd discovered a small wooden box, about the size of a cigar box, sealed with wax and wrapped in what looked like a child's handkerchief. Inside were several tiny handmade dolls, each with a miniature noose around its neck. My parents never opened the box fully. The construction foreman had found it and taken pictures before my dad told him to rebury it under the concrete patio. But from what I could see in the photos, there were at least 7 dolls, each made to look like different people. And one of them, the one in the center, looked disturbingly like me. I've never gone back to that garden, not even during daylight hours. I've never told my parents what Jake and I really saw that night. I don't think I ever will. Some things are better left buried under concrete, forgotten by everyone except those who witnessed them firsthand. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can smell pipe tobacco in my apartment, even though I've never smoked, and neither has anyone who's ever lived here. And on particularly quiet nights, I hear the soft creak of rope swinging back and forth, as if caught in a breeze that isn't there. Story 6. I still can't sleep with my hair hanging off the edge of the bed. It's been exactly 10 years since it happened, but the memory is so vivid it could have been last night. I was 6 years old, living in a small house in Portland with my family. My twin brother Ethan, our older brother James, and I shared a bedroom that was barely big enough for our 3 beds. Mum had arranged them in a U-shape to maximize the limited space, with my bed against the wall opposite the door. James had the bed by the window, and Ethan's was closest to the door. That night, I remember going to bed around 8:30. Mum had tucked us in like always, reading us a story about dinosaurs. James was obsessed with them at the time. I fell asleep quickly, tired from a day of playing in the backyard. I'm not sure what time it was when I woke up. Our room had this dim nightlight that cast just enough glow to make out shapes, but not much else. At first I thought I was dreaming because I felt this weird sensation on my head. It took me a moment to realize what it was. Something was gently tugging on my hair. My hair was long back then, almost to my waist. Mom would braid it before bed, but the braid often came loose while I slept, and my hair would sometimes hang over the edge of the mattress. I remember freezing, completely unable to move as I felt individual strands being pulled, not hard enough to hurt, but definitely deliberately. My first thought was that one of my brothers was playing a prank. James especially loved to scare me. I slowly turned my head to look at their beds, trying not to alert whoever was pulling my hair that I was awake. The nightlight showed both of them fast asleep. James was sprawled out with his dinosaur plushie clutched to his chest, and Ethan was curled up facing the wall. That's when my heart started racing. If both my brothers were in bed, who or what was tugging my hair? I was terrified to look, but I couldn't just lie there. I gathered all my courage and slowly turned my head toward the edge of the bed, where my hair was hanging down. What I saw still haunts me. There, right at eye level with me, was a completely black figure, not just dark-skinned or wearing dark clothes. It was like a silhouette, a person-shaped void that absorbed the dim light from our nightlight instead of reflecting it. The only feature I could make out clearly was its hair, spiky and disheveled, sticking out in all directions like those emo hairstyles that were popular back in the early 2000s. Think of the spikiest, messiest hair you've ever seen, but completely black. The most unsettling part wasn't even its appearance, it was its movement. As I stared at it, paralyzed with fear, the figure began to sink downward, slowly and smoothly, like it was standing in an invisible elevator. It maintained perfect eye contact with me as it descended, never blinking. Did it even have eyes? Never changing its posture, just sinking into the floor. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. All I could do was watch as this thing held onto the ends of my hair, still gently tugging as it lowered itself. When it had sunk about halfway into the floor, something in me snapped. I screamed louder than I'd ever screamed in my life. The sound ripped out of me like it was being torn from my throat. I heard thumping footsteps in the hallway immediately. Mom always slept lightly, especially with 3 kids in the house. The bedroom door flew open and the hallway light spilled in. "Sophia, what's wrong?" she gasped, rushing to my bed. I tried to point to where the figure had been, but in the seconds it took for my mom to reach me, it had completely vanished. My hair was still hanging over the edge of the bed, but there was nothing there tugging on it anymore. "Nightmare," James grumbled from his bed, annoyed at being woken up. Ethan just blinked sleepily, confused. I wanted to tell Mom what I'd seen, but the words wouldn't come. There was this overwhelming fear that if I spoke about it, if I acknowledged what I'd seen out loud, it would come back. Like naming it would give it power somehow. So I just cried and let Mom hold me, mumbling something about a bad dream when she asked what was wrong. She stayed with me until I fell back asleep, stroking my hair and humming softly. I remember clutching my hair close to my body, making sure not a single strand hung over the edge of the bed. The next morning, I still couldn't bring myself to talk about what had happened. Mom asked if I remembered my nightmare, but I just shook my head. I didn't want to think about it, let alone describe it. But privately, I knew it hadn't been a dream. The memory was too clear, too vivid. The gentle tugging sensation on my hair had been real. That day, I asked Mom if I could cut my hair. She was surprised. I'd always loved my long hair, but agreed to trim it a few inches. It wasn't enough. I wanted it all gone, wanted nothing that could hang over the edge of a bed, nothing that could be grabbed in the night. But I couldn't explain why without talking about what I'd seen, so I settled for the trim and started sleeping with my hair tied up in a tight bun. For weeks afterward, I was terrified of going to bed. I would make excuses to stay up later, beg to sleep in Mom's room, or try to squeeze into one of my brother's beds. When I did sleep in my own bed, I would push it flush against the wall and sleep curled up in the middle, as far from any edge as possible. Mom thought I was going through a phase. She didn't understand why I suddenly needed the room to be brightly lit, why I insisted on checking under the bed multiple times, or why I now slept with my stuffed animals arranged in a protective circle around me. How could I explain that I was trying to create barriers between me and whatever had tugged on my hair that night? About a month after the incident, we rearranged our bedroom. James had been complaining that Ethan snored too loudly, so Mom switched our beds around. I ended up with the bed by the window. I was relieved. It felt safer somehow, further from where I'd seen the figure. That night, as Mom tucked me in, she noticed I was still, wearing my hair in a tight bun. "Honey, that's not comfortable to sleep in," she said, reaching to undo it. I panicked, grabbing her hand and begging her not to. "What's going on, Sophia?" she asked, sitting on the edge of my bed. "You've been acting strange for weeks now. Is someone at school bothering you?" I shook my head. "Then what is it? You can tell me anything, you know that." I wanted to tell her. The secret had been eating me up inside. But as I opened my mouth, I glanced toward the spot where I'd seen the figure, and fear closed my throat again. Instead, I whispered, "I don't want anything to pull my hair while I sleep." Mom looked confused but didn't press further. She just kissed my forehead and said, "Nothing's going to pull your hair, sweetie, but if it makes you feel better, you can sleep however you want." For years, I kept what happened to myself. I eventually told Ethan when we were around 9, but he just laughed and said I'd had a nightmare. James overheard and teased me relentlessly for weeks. So I stopped talking about it, but I never stopped being careful. Even as I grew older and more rational, I couldn't shake the fear. I would always check that my hair was secured before sleeping. I would always position myself away from the edges of the bed. In sleepovers, I'd insist on sleeping against a wall or in the middle of the room, never near a space where something could lurk beneath. I'm 16 now, and logically, I know there probably wasn't a spiky-haired shadow entity in my bedroom that night. Maybe it was sleep paralysis, or an especially vivid nightmare, or my overactive 6-year-old imagination combined with that twilight state between sleeping and waking. But logic doesn't help at 3 in the morning when you're alone in the dark. I can finally sleep with my hair down now. That's progress, I guess, but I still can't bring myself to sleep near the edge of any bed. I always position myself in the middle or pushed up against the wall. If I'm in a new place, I check under the bed multiple times before I can relax. My current boyfriend thinks it's cute that I always sleep curled up in the middle of the mattress, leaving him with just the edge. He doesn't know why. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else has experienced something similar. Was it unique to that house in Portland, to me? Or are there others out there who've seen the spiky-haired figure and were too afraid to talk about it? The rational part of my brain says it wasn't real. But there's another part, the part that was 6 years old and terrified, that knows what I felt. The gentle tugging on my hair was real. The figure was real. The way it sank into the floor, eyes never leaving mine, was real. And sometimes on nights when I'm particularly tired or stressed, I swear I can feel that gentle tugging sensation again, even with my hair nowhere near the edge of the bed. That's why, 10 years later, I still sleep with one eye open. That's why I still jerk awake sometimes, heart pounding, certain that something is in my room. That's why I still can't fully explain what happened that night, or why it's affected me so deeply. All I know is that something was there, something wanted my attention, and I'm terrified that someday it might come back to finish whatever it started. Story 7. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. It happened last summer, during what was supposed to be a fun family trip to Mexico. I'm 19, born in the US, but my family is originally from a small town near Puerto Vallarta. My parents thought it would be a great idea to reconnect with our distant relatives, so they planned this 2-week vacation where we'd stay with family and then spend some time at a beachside Airbnb my cousins and I rented. The Airbnb looked amazing in the photos. 3 bedrooms, a small pool, and just a 5-minute walk to the beach. It was relatively affordable since we were splitting it between 5 people. Me, my younger brother Marco, 16, my sister Sophia, 14, and 2 of my cousins, Elena and Diego, who were around my age. We were all excited about having our own space for 5 days. From the moment we arrived, something felt off. I can't explain it exactly. The house was beautiful, just like in the pictures, but there was this heaviness in the air. I brushed it off as travel fatigue. We spent that first afternoon unpacking and exploring the place. That evening, while everyone was hanging out by the pool, I went inside to grab some drinks from the fridge. As I was walking back through the living room, I caught something in my peripheral vision, a small figure darting behind the couch. I thought it was my brother playing a prank, so I called out, "Marco, I can see you." But when I checked, no one was there. I shrugged it off and went back outside. Later that night, Elena mentioned something weird. "Hey, Isa, did you see that little boy earlier?" she asked casually while we were getting ready for bed. "What little boy?" I asked, feeling a chill run down my spine. "I don't know. I keep seeing this kid out of the corner of my eye. I thought maybe he was from one of the neighboring houses," she said. I told her about what I'd seen earlier, and we both got a little freaked out, but eventually laughed it off. Kids play pranks, right? Maybe it was some local kid sneaking around. That first night, I couldn't sleep. I kept feeling like I was being watched. I'd close my eyes, almost drift off, and then snap awake with the distinct sensation that someone was standing over me. I checked on my siblings multiple times. They were sleeping soundly in the beds next to mine. I finally fell asleep around 4 in the morning out of pure exhaustion. The next day was fine. We went to the beach, had lunch at a local restaurant, and explored the town. I was tired from lack of sleep, but having fun. Still, throughout the day, both Elena and I kept spotting that same small figure, always just at the edge of our vision, always disappearing when we turned to look properly. The second night was similar to the first. That same feeling of being watched, the same difficulty sleeping. I started wondering if the house had some kind of pest problem, maybe rats, that was causing the noises and movements I kept noticing. By the 3rd day, I was on edge. I kept seeing that little boy, now not just in the house, but at the beach too, always far away, always gone when I tried to focus on him. No one else seemed concerned except Elena, who was also seeing him. My siblings and Diego were having the time of their lives, completely oblivious. That 3rd night was when everything went to hell. We'd had a great day swimming and exploring, and everyone was exhausted. My siblings and cousins fell asleep almost immediately after dinner. I was tired too, but that same uneasiness kept me awake. Around midnight, I started feeling physically sick. My stomach was in knots, my head was pounding, and I had this overwhelming sense of dread, like something terrible was about to happen. I called my boyfriend back home, hoping his voice would calm me down. "Babe, I don't know what's wrong with me," I whispered, trying not to wake everyone else. "I feel like something bad is going to happen." "It's probably just anxiety from being in a new place," he reassured me. "Take some deep breaths. Try to sleep." We talked for about 20 minutes, and I did feel a bit better. We hung up, and I tried to follow his advice. I closed my eyes and focused on my breathing. That's when I heard it, a woman's voice, wailing in the distance. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct, a mourning sound that made the hair on my arms stand up. I grew up hearing the stories of La Llorona from my grandmother. Everyone in Mexico knows about her, the spirit of a woman who drowned her children and now wanders near water, weeping and looking for kids to take. My grandma always warned us that if her cries sound distant, it means she's actually close. If they sound nearby, she's far away. These cries sounded distant. I froze in my bed, fear paralyzing me. The wailing continued, soft and far away, which meant she was actually right here in this house, with us. I'm not particularly religious, but in that moment, every prayer my grandmother taught me came flooding back. I started whispering to La Virgencita, begging for protection. My eyes darted around the dark room, searching for any sign of movement. My brother and sister were still sound asleep in their beds, completely unaware. The wailing grew slightly louder, which paradoxically meant she was moving away. I should have felt relief, but instead, panic seized me. I leapt out of bed and turned on the light, expecting to see something, anything that would explain what was happening. Nothing. The room looked normal. My siblings stirred but didn't wake up. I checked under the beds, in the closet, behind the curtains. Nothing out of place. But as suddenly as it had appeared, the oppressive feeling vanished. The sense of being watched was gone. The air felt lighter. I stood there, shaking, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Was I imagining things? Had the stress of the trip, the lack of sleep, and the stories from my childhood combined to create this terrifying experience? I went to the bathroom to splash water on my face, trying to calm down. When I looked in the mirror, I saw it. A shadow figure standing beside Sophia's bed, visible in the reflection. I whirled around, but there was nothing there. When I looked back at the mirror, the shadow was gone. I spent the rest of the night sitting upright in bed with all the lights on, too terrified to sleep, watching over my siblings. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the windows and everyone was waking up. At breakfast, I was a mess. Pale, exhausted, jumpy. Elena noticed immediately. "Isa, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, concern evident in her voice. I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy, but eventually told her what had happened. As I described the wailing, her face went white. "Did you hear her scream for her kids?" Elena asked in a hushed voice. I nodded slowly. She was calling out, like she was looking for someone. Elena pushed her food away. "My grandma says La Llorona only calls for her children to people she wants to take away." A chill ran through me. "What do you mean?" "She marks people she wants to claim. People who hear her calling for her children. She's calling to them too." The rest of our stay was a blur. I didn't sleep more than an hour or two each night. I kept all the lights on and refused to be alone. I convinced everyone to leave a day early, making up an excuse about wanting to spend more time with our relatives. I didn't tell my parents what happened. They wouldn't have believed me anyway. But something changed in me after that night. It's been 8 months since our trip, and I've been dealing with unexplainable health issues ever since. My blood pressure spikes randomly. I get migraines so severe that I can barely function. My joints ache like I'm 80 years old instead of 19. I've seen 3 different doctors, had countless tests, and tried various medications, but nothing helps. In fact, most medications make the symptoms worse. Last month, I finally told my grandmother about what happened. She wasn't surprised at all. She crossed herself and told me that La Llorona had marked me, and modern medicine couldn't fix a supernatural ailment. She gave me some herbs to burn and prayers to recite, which help a little, but the problems persist. I don't know what to do. I'm scared to go near water now. I can't sleep with the lights off. Sometimes in the middle of the night I still hear that distant wailing, even though I'm thousands of miles from that beach in Mexico. The worst part is, I sometimes still see that little boy out of the corner of my eye, even here at home, always just for a split second, always gone when I turn to look. I think he's her son. I think she's still looking for him, and somehow I've become connected to her search. I'm writing this because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. Has anyone else encountered La Llorona and lived to tell about it? And more importantly, how do I break whatever hold she has on me? Because I can feel it getting stronger, not weaker, with time. Like she's slowly pulling me toward her, and one day when I hear those distant cries again, I might not be able to resist following them. Story 8. I still think about that dream almost every day. It's been years, but I swear it wasn't just a dream. Nolan was there. He was really there. Let me back up a bit. Nolan and I had been best friends since middle school. We went through everything together. Awkward puberty phases, first girlfriends, college acceptances, all of it. He was supposed to be my best man at my wedding. We had it all planned out. Then 2020 happened. It wasn't COVID that took him though. It was fentanyl. He didn't even know he was taking it. Just thought it was a regular pain pill after he hurt his back moving furniture. One pill, that's all it took. I found him. I still can't get the image out of my head. His face was blue, lips purple. I tried CPR while waiting for the ambulance, but I knew. I just knew he was gone. The paramedics confirmed it 20 minutes later. The months after were a blur. I went through the motions of life. Work, home, sleep, repeat. My then fiancée, now wife, Jessica, was my rock through it all. She never met Nolan, which is one of my biggest regrets. They would have gotten along so well. About 8 months after we lost Nolan, Jessica's cat Milo started having some health issues. Nothing major, just some digestive problems, but our regular vet had closed during the pandemic and never reopened. So we found this new place about 20 minutes away that had good reviews. The waiting room was pretty standard. That weird antiseptic smell mixed with pet odor, outdated magazines on the tables, those uncomfortable plastic chairs. I was just sitting there scrolling through my phone while Jessica filled out paperwork when I noticed the vet's name on a certificate on the wall, Dr. Elliot Weissman. My stomach dropped instantly. That name, I knew that name. Nolan's family had a golden retriever named Milo when we were kids. Dr. Weissman had been their vet. What were the odds? My wife's cat having the same name as Nolan's childhood dog, and us randomly picking the same vet his family used 15 years ago. I didn't say anything to Jessica. It felt weird, and I was trying not to read too much into coincidences. But then the receptionist called us back, and sure enough, there was Dr. Weissman, older now with more gray hair, but definitely the same guy. I kept waiting for him to recognize Nolan's name when I mentioned it casually, but he didn't seem to. Maybe he just didn't remember. It had been years, after all. We got Milo sorted out with some special food and medication, and I tried to push the whole thing out of my mind. Just a coincidence, right? Then things got weirder. About a week later, I got a call from Nolan's dad, Mike. We still kept in touch. I'd stop by their house sometimes, have dinner, check on them. They'd basically been my second family growing up. Mike sounded shaken. "You're not gonna believe this," he said. "We just got an automated text message from that vet we used to take Milo to. The message said it's time for Milo's annual checkup." My skin went cold. "Dr. Weissman." "Yeah, that's him. How the hell are they sending reminders for a dog that's been dead for 8 years? I never even gave them my new number when we moved." I didn't tell him about Jessica's cat or our recent visit. Not yet. I just told him it was probably a computer glitch. old records getting mixed up. But then it happened again the next week, and the week after. Always the same message. This is a reminder that Milo is due for his annual checkup. Please call our office to schedule an appointment. Mike was getting freaked out. So was I, if I'm being honest. He finally called the vet's office to ask them to stop the messages. The receptionist was confused. They had no record of a golden retriever named Milo belonging to the Caldwell family in their system. No record at all. Their automated system couldn't have been sending those messages. That's when Mike broke down on the phone with me. "Do you think it's him?" he asked, his voice cracking. "Do you think it's Nolan trying to, I don't know, reach out somehow?" I didn't know what to say. I'm not a particularly spiritual person, but this was starting to feel like more than coincidence. That's when I finally told Mike about Jessica's cat and us using the same vet. There was a long silence on the phone. Then Mike just said, "The wedding's coming up, isn't it?" "Yeah," I replied, 8 weeks. Another long pause. He was so excited to be your best man. I had to swallow hard before I could speak again. "I know. I'm keeping his spot. My brother's stepping in, but we're leaving Nolan's name in the program. We're putting a photo of him on his chair." Mike started sobbing then. Not just crying, the kind of deep, guttural sobs that come from somewhere primal. I'd never heard him break down like that before, not even at the funeral. "He would have loved that," he finally managed to say. After that call, the text messages to Mike stopped. Just like that. No explanation. The weeks leading up to the wedding were hard. I'd find myself reaching for my phone to text Nolan about some stupid joke or to ask his opinion on the suits. Each time, the realization would hit me all over again. There were moments during the bachelor party when I'd look around the room and feel this gaping hole where he should have been. The wedding itself was beautiful, but bittersweet. We had that photo of Nolan on an empty chair in the front row, and we'd included a paragraph about him in the program. During my speech at the reception, I took a moment to acknowledge him, and I swear I could feel him there, laughing at me for getting emotional in front of everyone. Weeks passed. Life went on. Jessica and I settled into married life. We were happy, but there was always this undercurrent of sadness for me. This sense that something vital was missing from even my happiest moments. Then came November, my birthday month. November 12th, to be exact. I've always been a vivid dreamer, but what happened that night was different. It wasn't just a dream. I know how that sounds, but I'm convinced it wasn't. I woke up in what looked like a moving day. Boxes everywhere. That familiar chaos of a half-emptied apartment. Nolan was there, looking exactly like he did the last time I saw him alive. That stupid Miami Dolphins hat he always wore backward, the faded Nirvana t-shirt with the hole near the collar. "Dude, are you gonna help? Or what?" he asked, lifting a box labeled kitchen. His voice was so clear, so perfectly him. I remember feeling confused, but not alarmed. It seemed perfectly normal that he was there. We were moving apartments just like we'd done in college. "Yeah, sorry," I said, grabbing a box. "Where are we taking these again?" Nolan rolled his eyes. "To the truck, genius. Same as the last 20 boxes." We worked together for what felt like hours, carrying boxes, making jokes, everything feeling completely normal. At one point he asked about Jessica, and I told him all about the wedding, not even registering the strangeness of telling my dead friend about a wedding where we'd memorialized him. Eventually, I picked up a particularly heavy box and headed toward the door. "I'll be right back," I called over my shoulder. When I came back inside, the apartment was suddenly emptier, most of the boxes gone. Nolan was standing in the middle of the room, holding something in his hands. It was the groomsman gift I'd bought for all the guys, a custom pocket knife with their initials engraved on the handle. I'd gotten one for Nolan too, even though he wasn't there. I'd given it to his dad after the wedding. But there was Nolan, turning the knife over in his hands, running his thumb across the engraved NC on the side. "This is really nice, man," he said quietly. "Really nice." I started to respond, but something in his expression stopped me. He looked up at me with this smile, not his usual goofy grin, but something softer, sadder. "I gotta go," he said. "Go where? We're not done moving yet." He just shook his head. "You're done. This is your place now." He gestured around. "You and Jess." "It's good." Something about the way he said it made my chest tighten. "Wait," I said. "Don't go yet." Nolan tucked the knife into his pocket and walked toward what should have been the bedroom door, but instead opened to a bright white light I couldn't see past. "Nolan, wait!" I tried to follow him, but my feet wouldn't move. It was like they were glued to the floor. I struggled and strained, but couldn't take a single step. He paused at the doorway and turned back. "Thanks for saving my spot, man. That meant a lot." His eyes were shining. "I was there, you know. Wouldn't have missed it." Before I could respond, he turned and walked through the door, disappearing into that light. I screamed his name, still fighting against whatever invisible force held me in place. And then I woke up, tears streaming down my face, Jessica shaking me awake with a worried expression. "You were yelling in your sleep," she said. "Something about Nolan." I couldn't speak. The dream had been so vivid, so real. I could still feel the weight of the box in my arms, still hear Nolan's voice perfectly. I could even remember the specific smell of the apartment, that weird combination of cardboard and dust and the Chinese food we'd apparently ordered earlier in the dream. That morning, I called Mike. I had to tell someone who would understand. When I described the dream, especially the part about the knife, he went quiet. I don't know what to say," he finally responded. "The knife you gave me, I put it on Nolan's old desk in his room. Yesterday, I noticed it wasn't there. I've been tearing the house apart looking for it. I thought maybe I'd moved it somewhere and forgotten." We both sat in silence for a long moment, neither of us knowing what to say. That was 3 years ago now. The text messages never returned. I haven't had another dream like that one. But I know that wasn't just a dream. It wasn't my brain processing grief, or whatever a therapist might say. Nolan came to say goodbye, to let me know he was okay, to thank me for keeping his spot in the wedding. I still miss him every day. There are still moments when I reach for my phone to text him, but that dream changed something for me. It didn't take away the grief, but it gave me this strange peace I can't really explain. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, I'm not sure I would believe it if someone else told me this story. But I know what I experienced, and I know that somehow, through some cosmic glitch or tear in whatever separates life from death, my friend found a way to say goodbye. Story 9. I never believed in ghosts before we moved into our Millfield home. In fact, I used to laugh at those ghost hunting shows, all that equipment detecting energy, and people freaking out over cold spots. But after living in our 1910 Victorian for 7 months, I'm not laughing anymore. We bought this place last October, me and my wife Sarah. It was a steal, considering the market, probably because it needed some work. Nothing major, just the usual old house stuff, uneven floors, ancient wiring, and windows that rattle when the wind blows. The previous owners were an elderly couple who'd lived here for 40 years before moving to Florida to be closer to their grandkids. The first few weeks were uneventful. We were busy unpacking, painting, and making the place our own. Our last house had some weird vibes. Sarah's more spiritually inclined than I am, and always said she felt watched there. But this place felt different, peaceful even. That is, until the door thing started. It's this old wooden door between our kitchen and the laundry room. Solid oak, probably original to the house. It has one of those old-fashioned latches that hooks into a metal loop. not the kind of door that just drifts open from a draft. This thing needs a deliberate push to open. The first time it happened, I was cooking dinner while Sarah was upstairs organizing the bedroom. I distinctly remember closing that door because the washer was running and I wanted to muffle the sound. I turned around to grab something from the fridge, and when I turned back, the door was wide open, not just cracked, completely open like someone had walked through it. I figured maybe I hadn't closed it properly, so I shut it again, making sure the latch caught. Not 10 minutes later, it was open again. I called up to Sarah, "Did you just come downstairs?" She hadn't. Over the next few weeks, it kept happening. Sometimes multiple times a day, sometimes not for days. We'd be sitting in the living room watching TV and hear the distinctive click of the latch releasing. We'd look over and the door would slowly swing open as if someone was walking through. The first person to notice besides us was Sarah's mum when she visited for Thanksgiving. She was helping in the kitchen when the door swung open. She looked at me and asked, "Do you have a cat?" When I said no, she looked genuinely confused. I could have sworn I saw something small move through the doorway. After that, it became a running joke. Every visitor who witnessed it would ask the same thing. "Do you have a cat?" It was always the same impression. Something small moving past, just out of sight. But we don't have any pets, never have. By December, I was determined to find a logical explanation. I spent an entire weekend testing theories. Was it air pressure from the HVAC system? Nope. It happened even with the system off. Was it the house settling? Unlikely, since it happened multiple times a day. Drafts. I used incense to track air movement, and there wasn't enough to push that heavy door open. I even set up my phone to record the door for hours, hoping to catch whatever was causing it. The footage showed the door opening on its own 3 times in 6 hours. No visible cause. Just the latch releasing with a click, and the door swinging open smoothly, as if pushed by an invisible hand. Sarah suggested we should just remove the door, but that seemed like giving up. Plus, we needed it there for when the washer or dryer was running. Eventually, we started keeping track in a notebook, trying to identify patterns, morning or evening, sunny or cloudy. Who was home? What were we doing? After a month of data, we had nothing. The door opening seemed completely random. Sometimes it would happen while we were cooking, sometimes while we were sleeping, sometimes when the house was empty, verified by our security cameras. But the door wasn't the only strange thing. Our bedroom has these vintage built-in closets with these creepy old sliding doors that made this awful scraping sound whenever you opened them. We decided to remove them and replace them with some vintage-style curtains that Sarah found at an antique store. During the 2-week period between removing the doors and installing the curtains, something weird started happening. We'd come home from work to find our clothes pulled out of the closets and scattered across the floor. Not like someone had ransacked the place, more like someone had been going through our things, looking for something. The first time it happened, I was convinced we'd been robbed. I checked all our valuables, laptop, jewelry, cash, but nothing was missing. Just clothes pulled out and tossed around. It happened 4 more times before we got the curtains up. The strangest part? Once we hung those curtains, it stopped. Completely. Like whatever was going through our stuff was satisfied with the new setup. Sarah joked that maybe our ghost just wanted some privacy, but her laugh was nervous. By February, we'd mostly gotten used to the door thing. It became part of living in the house, like the creaky 3rd stair or the way the pipes knocked when you ran the hot water too long. Friends who visited regularly would just say, "Your ghost is active today," when they saw the door open. We'd laugh it off, but honestly, it still gave me chills every time. Then came the morning of February 23rd. I remember the date because it was Sarah's birthday, and I had taken the day off work to prepare a surprise for her. She'd left early for a meeting, and I was alone in the house. I was sitting in our living room, which opens into the kitchen, drinking coffee and making a list of things I needed to pick up for the party. The house was completely silent, except for the occasional ticking of the old radiators. On the kitchen counter was this stainless steel canister we use for storing coffee beans. It has a tight-fitting lid that you have to pull straight up to remove. It's not the kind of thing that just falls off. I wasn't paying much attention until I heard a sharp popping sound from the kitchen. I looked up just in time to see the lid of the coffee canister flying through the air. Not falling, flying, as if someone had deliberately flicked it. It landed with a clatter in the middle of the kitchen floor. A good 6 feet from the counter. I froze. This wasn't like the door, which could be explained away by drafts or an uneven frame. This was an object being physically moved with force, in a way that defied physics. There was no one else in the house. No windows were open. The HVAC wasn't even running. My heart racing, I walked over and picked up the lid. It was cool to the touch. I placed it back on the canister, pressing it down firmly. I stood there for a minute, waiting, watching. Nothing happened. Trying to calm myself, I went back to the living room and continued working on my list. Not 5 minutes later, I heard the same popping sound. This time, I saw the whole thing. The lid literally popped straight up about 6 inches, then arced across the room as if thrown, landing almost in the exact same spot as before. That was the moment I couldn't deny it anymore. Something was in our house. Something that could physically move objects. I called Sarah immediately, my voice shaking as I described what happened. She came home early, and we spent the afternoon going through the house together, looking for any rational explanation. We pulled out all the stops. I borrowed a snake camera from a buddy who works in construction and fed it through every crack, crevice and vent we could find. We examined the floors, walls and ceilings for hidden passages or structural issues. We found nothing but dust, some old newspapers from the 1940s stuffed in a wall cavity for insulation, and a desiccated mouse nest in the attic. That night, Sarah suggested we try to communicate with whatever was in our house. I was reluctant, acknowledging it made it more real, but I agreed. We sat in the kitchen, feeling ridiculous as we asked questions aloud and waited for responses via the door opening or closing. Nothing happened for 20 minutes. Then, just as we were about to give up, the coffee canister lid popped off again. Not violently this time. It just lifted slightly and settled next to the canister, as if to say, "I'm here." We've been living with our ghost for several months now. The door still opens randomly. Occasionally, small objects will move or disappear, only to turn up in unexpected places days later. But it doesn't feel threatening. If anything, it feels like cohabitation. Last week, Sarah's niece visited and left a toy mouse behind, one of those little catnip ones. On a whim, Sarah put it near the laundry room door. The next morning, it had moved to the middle of the kitchen floor. Since then, we've noticed the door opens less frequently when the toy is out. So do we have a ghost cat? I don't know. All I know is that something shares our home with us. Something that can't be explained by science or logic. And after 7 months of this, I'm learning to live with the mystery. I still don't believe in those ghost hunting shows, but I do believe there are things in this world we don't understand, and sometimes they just want to play. Story 10. I've never been the type of person who believed in ghosts. I mean, sure, I had friends who claimed they'd seen things, but I always thought they were either making it up or their minds were playing tricks on them. That was before we moved into that house in Jakarta 3 years ago. What happened there? I still struggle to make sense of it. My name is Adi. I'm 34 years old, married with 2 beautiful daughters, and until recently, we were living with my father in his house after my mother passed away. We moved in to help take care of him, and because the house was spacious enough for all of us. It was an old colonial-style building, probably built in the 1960s, with high ceilings, wooden floors, and too many rooms for comfort. The problems didn't start right away. For the first few months, everything was normal. We settled into a routine. I would go to work, My wife would look after the kids and help my father around the house. My older daughter was 7 at the time, while my youngest was just 3. My youngest has always been different. Even as a toddler, she would sometimes stare at empty corners of rooms and giggle or wave at nothing. My wife and I thought it was just typical imaginary friend stuff. Then my mother got sick. Cancer. It happened so quickly. Within 6 months of her diagnosis, she was gone. The house felt different after that. Emptier, colder somehow, even though Jakarta is always hot and humid. My father withdrew into himself, spending most of his time in his bedroom looking through old photo albums. That's when the strange things started happening. It began with small stuff. Items moved from where we left them. Doors we were sure we'd closed found wide open in the morning. My wife blamed it on forgetfulness, on the stress of losing my mother. Maybe she was right. But then the noises started. The first time I heard it was about 2 months after Mom died. I was up late working on some reports for the office when I heard the sound of wooden chairs being dragged across the floor upstairs. It was around 1 in the morning, and everyone else was asleep. The noise was so violent, so deliberate, a harsh scraping that echoed through the house. I rushed upstairs, thinking maybe my father had fallen, or one of the kids was sleepwalking. The second floor was completely empty. All the chairs were exactly where they should be. No windows were open, no fans were on that could have moved anything. I checked on everyone, all fast asleep in their beds. I convinced myself it was just the old house settling. That's what you do, right? You find rational explanations because the alternative is too frightening to consider. But it happened again the next night. And the night after that, always around 1 in the morning, always the same violent dragging sound. Sometimes it would last for a few seconds, sometimes for minutes. I started dreading nighttime. My wife heard it too eventually. She suggested maybe it was rats or some other animals in the attic. We had someone come check. Nothing, not even a spider. The exterminator actually commented on how unusually clean the attic was for such an old house. As the weeks went by, the disturbances escalated. The temperature in certain rooms would drop drastically for no reason. My father's room was the worst. Sometimes it would get so cold in there that you could see your breath, even though it was 35 degrees outside. We checked the air conditioning system multiple times. Nothing wrong with it. Then came the shadows. I'd catch glimpses of movement from the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look, nothing was there. My wife started experiencing the same thing. We didn't tell the kids or my father. We didn't want to scare them. Looking back, I think what makes it all so much worse is how gradual it was. Like the house was testing us, seeing how much we could take before we broke. About 6 months after my mother died, my youngest daughter started refusing to sleep in her room. She would scream and cry if we tried to put her to bed there. When we asked her why, she just said, "The small person doesn't like me." We thought it was just a phase, maybe a nightmare that had scared her. We let her sleep with her sister for a while, hoping she'd forget about it. She didn't. In fact, her fear seemed to grow. She started avoiding certain parts of the house, particularly the hallway outside my father's bedroom. If we needed to go past there, she would close her eyes tight and ask to be carried. One day, when I was home alone with her, I gently asked about the small person. She looked at me with those big, innocent eyes and said, "They don't have a face, Daddy, but they want one." A chill ran down my spine when she said that. I remember it so clearly. The ceiling fan spinning lazily above us, the distant sounds of traffic outside, and this horrible feeling of dread settling in my stomach. "What do you mean, they want one?" I asked her, trying to keep my voice steady. "They want to take someone's face," she replied, as casually as if she was talking about her toys. Then she went back to her coloring book, humming softly to herself. I told myself it was just her imagination. Kids say weird stuff all the time, right? But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. The way she said it, there was no fear in her voice. It was matter of fact, like she was just stating something obvious. The situation came to a head about a week later. My father had been complaining about feeling cold in his room, so we had moved a small space heater in there for him. That night, for convenience, all 3 kids were sleeping in his room, my 2 daughters and my nephew who was visiting. My father was sleeping in the guest room down the hall. I was up late again, catching up on work in the living room. My wife had already gone to bed. It was around midnight when I heard my youngest daughter's footsteps running down the stairs. She was sobbing, absolutely hysterical. I've never seen her so terrified. I jumped up and caught her as she ran into the living room. She was shaking uncontrollably, her little body heaving with sobs. It took several minutes to calm her down enough to speak. "What happened? Did you have a nightmare?" I asked, holding her close. Her heart was racing so fast I could feel it pounding against my chest. She shook her head violently. "It's in Grandpa's room," she whispered, her voice hoarse from crying. "On the rack." My father had a clothes rack in his room where he hung his shirts and pants. It stood in the corner opposite the bed. "What's in Grandpa's room?" I asked, feeling that familiar dread creeping back. "The small person," she said, then buried her face against my shoulder, refusing to say more. I carried her upstairs to check on the other kids. My eldest and my nephew were still fast asleep, undisturbed. Nothing looked out of place in the room. The clothes rack stood in its corner, empty except for a few of my father's shirts. I was about to write it off as another nightmare when my daughter suddenly stiffened in my arms and pointed at the rack. "There, there," she whispered urgently. "Can't you see it?" I stared at the rack, seeing nothing unusual. "What does it look like?" I asked, humoring her. Her description is what haunts me to this day. She said it was small, about the size of a cardboard box with no distinct shape, just a dark mass, and it had no head, no face, just a blank space where a head should be. "But then it got a face," she whimpered. "It just appeared, Daddy, like someone drew it on really fast, and it looked at me." I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The room suddenly felt 20 degrees colder. I grabbed the other kids, woke them up, and took them all to our bedroom where my wife was sleeping. I told her something had scared our daughter, and we'd all sleep together tonight. The next day, I asked my oldest daughter if she had seen anything strange in Grandpa's room. She hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Sometimes I see something in the corner," she admitted, "but I close my eyes and count to 10, and when I open them, it's gone." My nephew, only 9 years old, refused to talk about it at all. He just shook his head and asked if he could go home early. We called his parents and they picked him up that afternoon. That night, I confronted my father. I asked him if he'd experienced anything unusual in the house. At first, he dismissed my questions, saying I was being superstitious. But after some pressing, he finally admitted that he'd been having strange dreams. Dreams where he'd wake up in the middle of the night and see my mother standing at the foot of his bed. Except it wasn't really her. Something was off about her face, like it was melting. I didn't tell him about what my daughter had seen. I didn't want to frighten him more. But I knew then that we couldn't stay in that house. The next few days were tense. The noises upstairs grew louder, more frequent. They weren't just at night anymore. Sometimes in broad daylight we'd hear banging, scraping, like someone was moving furniture around. But whenever we went to check, nothing was out of place. My youngest daughter refused to go anywhere in the house alone. She said the small person was watching her, following her. She started waking up with small bruises on her arms and legs. My wife thought she might be hurting herself in her sleep, but the marks didn't look like something she could have done herself. They looked like fingerprints, small, perfect circles pressed into her skin. I've seen a lot of spirits in my life. Usually they appear as normal humans, just slightly transparent, maybe a bit sad-looking. But this thing my daughter described wasn't human. It was twisted, shapeless, wrong. In my culture, we believe there are different types of spirits. Some are the souls of people who have passed on. Others are something else entirely. Older, darker things that were never human to begin with. This felt like the latter. There was something malevolent about it, something that enjoyed our fear. I became convinced that the house itself was evil, that it had been waiting for a moment of vulnerability, like my mother's death, to show its true nature. I started researching the history of the house, asking neighbors who'd lived in the area for a long time. Most of them didn't know much. The house had changed hands several times over the decades. But one elderly woman who lived across the street told me something that made my blood run cold. She said that in the 1980s, a family had lived there briefly, a couple with a young son. The boy had fallen from the second-floor window and died. After that, the family moved away, but according to her, the boy had been afraid of the house even before his accident. He would tell his parents that a small person with no face lived in his closet. I didn't tell my family about this. Instead, I started looking for a new place for us to live. I tried to convince my father that the house was too big for our needs, that we should move back to our old home, which was smaller but more practical. He resisted at first. This was the house he had shared with my mother for decades, filled with their memories together. But then one night, something happened that changed his mind. He woke up around 3 in the morning to use the bathroom. As he was walking back to his room, he saw someone standing at the end of the hallway, a small, dark figure. He thought it was one of the kids at first, but as he got closer, he realized it wasn't. It was exactly as my daughter had described, a shapeless mass about the size of a cardboard box with no head. And as he watched, frozen in place, a face suddenly appeared on it, a face he recognized as my mother's, but distorted wrong somehow. The figure didn't move or speak. It just stood there, staring at him with my mother's stolen face. My father backed into his room and locked the door. He stayed awake until morning, too terrified to come out. When he told me what had happened, he was pale, shaking. He agreed we needed to leave. We moved out the following week. We didn't even wait to sell the house. We just left, taking only what we needed. My father came with us to our old home, which thankfully we had been renting out rather than selling. It's been almost a year now since we left that place. My youngest daughter doesn't talk about the small person anymore. The bruises stopped appearing. She sleeps through the night now, no more nightmares. But sometimes I still wake up at 1 in the morning, my heart racing, certain I've just heard the sound of chairs dragging across the floor upstairs. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the house, I catch glimpses of movement from the corner of my eye. A small, dark shape watching me from doorways or hallways, waiting for me to turn and look directly at it. We never went back to that house. As far as I know, it's still empty. I don't think anyone will live there for long. There's something in that house that doesn't want people there. Or maybe it does want people there, just not in the way we'd want to be wanted. I still don't understand what happened in that house. Was it connected to my mother's death somehow? Was it something that had always been there waiting? I don't know. All I know is that whatever my daughter saw that night wasn't human. It wasn't a ghost, at least not in the way we typically think of ghosts. It was something else, something that wanted a face. Story 11. I've never been a believer in ghosts. Growing up in Portland, Maine, you hear all the stories about haunted lighthouses and colonial spirits, but I always rolled my eyes. That changed last October when I was 15. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. My video technology class was doing this special project for Halloween. Our teacher, Mr. Renner, partnered with a local paranormal researcher named Dr. Winters, who'd been investigating Portland's historic sites for years. She convinced him that recording a ghost hunt would teach us about night filming, audio capture, and documentary techniques. Looking back, I think Mr. Renner just thought it would be fun for a bunch of high schoolers. There were 12 of us that night, all sophomores excited to be out after dark on a school night. We met at Monument Square at 7 in the evening, where Dr. Winters gave us a quick lecture about EVPs, electronic voice phenomena. She explained how spirits supposedly manipulate recording equipment to communicate, creating voices that aren't heard in real time, but show up on playback. I remember snickering with my friend Jake, both of us thinking it was total BS. The cemetery off Congress Street was our destination. One of those old burial grounds with weathered headstones tilting at odd angles. It wasn't very big, just tucked between some buildings, but Dr. Winters insisted it was energetically active. The city had given us special permission to be there after hours, and we all felt pretty cool walking in with our equipment bags while regular people walked past on the sidewalk. The October air was damp and cold. I was wearing my Bruins hoodie, but it wasn't enough. That kind of Maine cold that seeps into your bones. The streetlights cast this weird orange glow over everything, making the gravestones look like they were glowing. Fallen leaves crunched under our feet as we set up our base near the entrance. Dr. Winters pointed out this one plot that looked different from the rest. It was separated by a low, rusty iron fence. Inside was this massive stone sarcophagus, like something you'd see in an old vampire movie. It had these Latin engravings that were worn down by centuries of New England weather. The creepiest part was how all the smaller headstones around it seemed to be leaning away from it, like they were trying to get as far as possible from whatever was inside. That's the Caldwell plot, Dr. Winters told us. Edmund Caldwell was a ship owner who made his fortune in the triangle trade. Not a good man. Local legend says his family buried him in that stone coffin to keep his spirit contained. Jake whispered, "Bet he was just an asshole and nobody wanted to be buried near him." We laughed, but Mr. Renner shushed us. Dr. Winters split us into 3 teams. Each got a digital video camera with night vision capability, a regular digital camera, and 2 tape recorders with external microphones. Old school tech that supposedly picked up paranormal voices better than digital. I was grouped with Jake, Mia, and Emma. Our assignment was the Caldwell plot. I remember feeling this weird sensation as we ducked under the rusty gate. Not scared exactly, but like aware. The air felt different inside that little fenced area, heavier somehow. We set up according to Dr. Winters' instructions. Emma operated the video camera while Mia took still photos. Jake and I handled the audio equipment. We placed one recorder on a headstone at the perimeter, and Dr. Winters suggested we put the second one directly on top of the sarcophagus. "You want us to put our equipment on someone's grave?" I asked, suddenly feeling like this was disrespectful. "The dead don't mind," Dr. Winters replied with this weird smile. "They're usually happy someone's paying attention." So I climbed up on this smaller grave marker, which I feel terrible about now, and carefully placed the recorder on the flat top of the sarcophagus. The stone was ice cold and had this weird texture, not smooth like I expected, but slightly porous, like it was breathing. I set the microphone beside it, making sure the cord wasn't tangled. We spent about 45 minutes asking questions into the darkness, feeling progressively more ridiculous. "Is anyone here with us? Can you tell us your name? How did you die?" The standard ghost hunter stuff you see on TV. Nothing happened. No mysterious cold spots, no strange lights, no feelings of being watched. Just 4 bored teenagers standing in a cemetery getting colder by the minute. Jake kept making faces at me, and I had to bite my lip to keep from laughing. Then we heard shouting from across the cemetery. A flashlight beam swept across the gravestones, and we saw a police cruiser parked on the street. Apparently, someone in a nearby building had seen us and called the cops, thinking we were vandals. Mr. Renner rushed over, waving his permission papers. "Quick, pack up," he hissed at us. "We have permission, but let's not make trouble." We scrambled to collect our equipment. Emma grabbed the camera while Mia shoved batteries and spare tapes into her backpack. Jake ran to get the recorder from the perimeter. I climbed back up to grab the one from the sarcophagus. I was rushing and nervous about the police. When I grabbed the recorder, the microphone cord got caught on something. Instead of carefully lifting it, I yanked it, dragging the microphone across the stone lid with this horrible scraping sound. It was loud like fingernails on a chalkboard, and I winced, thinking I might have damaged both the equipment and the historic grave. "Sorry," I whispered, feeling genuinely bad about it. I don't know why I apologized to a stone box, but it felt necessary in the moment. We all regrouped with Mr. Renner, who was still talking to the officer. It turned out to be fine. He verified our permission, but the officer suggested we wrap it up early to avoid further calls. Dr. Winters looked disappointed, but agreed. We piled into the school van, and Mr. Renner drove us to Dr. Winters' house, where we were supposed to review our footage. Her place was this old Victorian on the eastern promenade with a view of the bay. Inside was exactly what you'd expect from a ghost hunter. Bookshelves crammed with paranormal literature, weird artifacts in glass cases, and cats. So many cats. We set up in her living room, connecting our equipment to her TV and computer system. The other groups went first, playing back boring footage of gravestones and static-filled audio where they insisted they could hear whispers. It was just wind. Mr. Renner was being supportive, but I could tell he was thinking this whole expedition had been a waste of time. Then it was our turn. The video footage was as uneventful as the others. Just the four of us standing around the sarcophagus, looking cold and uncomfortable. Dr. Winters fast-forwarded through most of it. "Let's check the audio," she said, connecting our recorders to her computer. The first one from the perimeter headstone had nothing interesting, just our voices asking questions and long stretches of silence. Then she played the recording from the sarcophagus. The first 40 minutes were just as dull. Our voices, some distant traffic noise, the rustle of leaves. Then came the commotion with the police arriving. You could hear our panicked whispers, Mr. Renner calling to us, the scramble to pack up. And then it happened. There was the sound of me climbing up to reach the recorder. You could hear my breathing, fast and nervous. Then came the scraping noise as I accidentally dragged the microphone across the stone lid. Immediately after that scrape, clear as day, a voice said, "Okay," drawn out, breathy, almost satisfied. Then my own voice saying, "Sorry," right afterward. Dr. Winters stopped the playback. Everyone was staring at me. "Oliver, did you say okay before you apologized?" she asked, her eyes wide. "No," I said. "I just said sorry. That wasn't me." She played it again. Scrape. "Okay. Sorry." The voice saying okay sounded nothing like mine. Mine is kind of high-pitched still, embarrassing but true. This voice was lower, adult, with this weird echo quality, and there was no way I could have said both words in that time frame. They were too close together. Jake immediately accused me of faking it. "You totally said that to freak us out." Dr. Winters shook her head. "I don't think so. The positioning doesn't work. The microphone was on the stone when that first voice was captured. Oliver wasn't speaking into it. He was reaching for the recorder." She played it again and again. Each time my skin crawled more. That voice was speaking directly into the microphone as it scraped across the stone, like whatever made that voice was inside the sarcophagus, right beneath that stone lid. Mr. Renner suggested there might be some technical explanation, interference from a radio signal or our phones. Dr. Winters ran it through some audio software, isolating the voice. If anything, it became clearer, more distinct, definitely saying okay in this weirdly satisfied tone. "It sounds like..." Emma hesitated. "It sounds like it was responding to you disturbing its grave, like it was acknowledging you." I felt sick. I remembered the sensation I'd had when placing the recorder, that feeling that the stone was somehow alive, breathing. Had something been listening to us the whole time? Had it been aware of us standing there, asking us stupid questions in the dark? And when I accidentally scraped its resting place, did it finally decide to answer? We spent another hour analyzing that 3-second audio clip. Dr. Winters was beside herself with excitement, saying it was the clearest EVP she'd ever captured. Mr. Renner looked uncomfortable, probably worried about how our parents would react to their kids being genuinely freaked out on a school trip. When my mom picked me up at 11, I was pale and quiet. I couldn't stop hearing that voice in my head. Okay. Like it was giving me permission for something, or accepting my accidental offering of sound and disruption. It's been 2 years, and I still have a copy of that audio file. I've played it for skeptical friends, for my parents, even for a sound engineer my dad knows. No one can explain it. The timing makes it impossible for it to have been any of us speaking, and the voice quality is just wrong. Not human somehow, though the word is clearly English. I don't visit cemeteries anymore. I don't record anything if I can help it. And I definitely don't touch other people's graves. Whatever spoke to me that night from inside Edmund Caldwell's sarcophagus was listening, waiting for acknowledgement. I gave it that when I scraped its stone home, and it answered back. Sometimes I wonder if it's still there, waiting for someone else to disturb it. I wonder what else it might have to say. Story 12. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened in that house. It's been over 15 years since we moved, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever was there is still with me somehow. When I was 4, my dad got a job back in his hometown, so we moved into his childhood home. It was a modest 3-bedroom house. My parents' master bedroom was at the end of a hallway, with my brother's room on the left and mine on the right. Nothing special about it from the outside, but from day one, something felt off. I've never been easily scared. Even as a kid, I loved horror movies and would happily sit in a dark room alone. But my parents' bedroom? That place terrified me. I couldn't explain why, but every time I had to go in there, every hair on my body would stand up. I'd get this overwhelming feeling that I wasn't alone, that something was watching me. Sometimes I'd make excuses just to avoid going in there. Little things started happening almost immediately. Items would disappear and reappear in strange places. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. My toys would be rearranged when I came back to my room. My parents chalked it up to my brother messing with me or my active imagination, but I knew better. But 2 incidents stand out more than anything else. They're burned into my memory because there's absolutely no way I can explain them away. The first happened when I was in high school, around 16. It was a Tuesday afternoon in October, and I'd gotten home early because my last period teacher was absent. The house was empty. My brother had football practice, and both my parents were working late. I was sitting cross-legged on my bed, textbooks spread around me while I worked on some math problems. I remember it was unusually quiet that day. No birds outside, no neighborhood noise, nothing. Just the sound of my pencil scratching against paper. Then I heard our front door open and close. I wasn't alarmed, because I figured it was probably my mom coming home early. I heard footsteps in the living room, heading toward the hallway where our bedrooms were. From my doorway, I could see the entrance to the hall, so I glanced up expecting to see my mom, and I did, or at least I thought I did. She stopped right at the threshold of the hallway and just stared at me. Her face looked angry, not just annoyed, but genuinely furious. Her eyes were fixed on me, unblinking, and her mouth was set in this tight line. "Hey, Mom," I called out. "You're home early." She didn't respond, just kept staring. "Is everything okay?" I asked, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Still nothing, just that unbroken stare. Then finally, she spoke. "Come into my room." Her voice sounded off, flat, like there was no emotion behind it at all. Something felt wrong, but it was my mom, right? So I got up and walked down the hall to their bedroom. The door was open, but the room was empty. "Mom?" I called out, confused. No answer. I checked their bathroom. Empty. Then I crossed the hall to my brother's room, thinking maybe she'd gone in there for some reason. Also empty. By this point, my heart was pounding. I'd seen her. I'd heard her. There was no way she could have gotten past me to leave the house. The only other exit was the back door in the kitchen, and I would have heard it open and close. I searched the entire house, calling for her. Nothing. No one was home but me. Completely freaked out, I went outside to the front yard, trying to make sense of what had just happened. That's when I saw my mom's car pull into the driveway. She got out looking surprised to see me standing there. "Taylor, what are you doing outside? Aren't you supposed to be at school?" I got out early," I stammered. "Where were you just now?" "At your Aunt Lisa's. I've been there for the past hour." She pointed to my aunt's house across the street, where my aunt was still standing in the doorway waving goodbye. I didn't tell her what I'd seen. How could I? It sounded insane, but I knew what I saw. Someone or something that looked exactly like my mother had been in our house. The second incident happened about a year later, and this one still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It was summer, and the air conditioning in my room had stopped working. After a miserable, sweaty night, my parents suggested I sleep in their room the next night since they had a ceiling fan, and they'd take the guest room downstairs. I was hesitant. I still hated being in that room. But the thought of another night without air circulation was worse. So I agreed. That night, I climbed into their bed around 10:30. I left the door open for better airflow and turned on the ceiling fan. Despite my exhaustion, I couldn't fall asleep. That familiar feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. Around midnight, I was still wide awake, staring at the ceiling. The house was completely silent, except for the gentle whirring of the fan. I turned onto my side to face the door, thinking a change in position might help me finally drift off. That's when I saw her, my mom walking from the kitchen toward the bathroom, which was across from their bedroom. She was in her usual nightgown, moving slowly as if trying not to make noise. I figured she'd come upstairs to use the bathroom and would head back down when she was done. Nothing unusual about that. I waited for her to finish, expecting to hear the toilet flush and see her walk back past the door. 5 minutes passed, then 10. No sounds from the bathroom, no flush, nothing. "Mom," I called out softly. No response. Annoyed, I got up to check if she was okay. The bathroom was empty and dark. I peeked into my room and my brother's room, both empty. A chill ran through me as I realized what this might mean. I went back to my parents' bedroom and grabbed my phone. It was 12:23 a.m. I texted my friend Amber. "Something weird is happening. I just saw my mom upstairs, but she's not here. I'm freaking out." She replied almost immediately. Maybe she went back downstairs. That made sense. I decided to check the guest room where my parents were, supposed to be sleeping. I took a deep breath and headed toward the stairs. Just as I reached the top step, I heard someone coming up behind me from the kitchen. I froze, too scared to turn around. Then I heard my dad's voice. "Taylor, what are you doing up?" I turned, relief washing over me. "Dad, I thought I saw Mom upstairs, but your mom's asleep downstairs," he said, looking confused. "I just came up to get some water." I nodded, not wanting to explain further. We both went back to our respective rooms, and I tried to convince myself I'd just been seeing things. I laid back down in my parents' bed, pulling the covers up to my chin despite the heat. I was facing the door again, eyes wide open, every sense on high alert. That's when I felt it, someone sitting down on the mattress behind me. My whole body went rigid. I thought it must be my dad. Maybe he'd forgotten to tell me something. I waited for him to speak, but he didn't. The mattress just dipped under the weight of someone sitting on the edge. Then I felt the weight shift, like someone was crawling onto the bed. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I pulled my legs up toward my chest, thinking my dad was trying to get past me to the other side of the bed for some reason. But nothing happened. The weight remained there, at the foot of the bed. After a few moments, I tapped my feet against what felt like another person's feet, trying to signal them to move forward. No response. I tapped again, harder this time. Still nothing. Finally, frustration overcame my fear. I opened my eyes and turned to see who was there. A figure in a white t-shirt was just leaving the room, heading into the hallway. I only caught a glimpse of their back before they disappeared. "Dad," I called out, but there was no answer. I waited in that bed for what felt like an eternity, expecting whoever it was to return. 20 minutes passed according to my phone. At this point I was so scared that I was shaking, but I had to know who had been in the room with me. I gathered all my courage and got up. I checked the entire upstairs again, bathroom, my room, my brother's room, all empty. Then I went downstairs to the guest room and carefully opened the door. There were my parents, both sound asleep in bed. My dad was wearing pajama pants and no shirt, no white t-shirt anywhere in sight. I backed out of the room and ran back upstairs. I closed and locked my parents' bedroom door, then pushed a chair against it for good measure. I turned on all the lights, covered myself completely with blankets despite the heat, and prayed until I finally fell asleep from exhaustion around 5 in the morning. The next day at breakfast, I told my parents what had happened. I was halfway through explaining about feeling someone sit on the bed when my dad interrupted me. "You were dreaming, Taylor. We checked on you around 1 a.m. and you were sound asleep." "No, I wasn't," I insisted. "I texted Amber right after I saw Mom in the hallway." I pulled out my phone and showed them the timestamp on my text, 12:23 a.m., and Amber's response. My mum's face went pale when she saw it. She exchanged a look with my dad that I couldn't interpret. "Well, it wasn't me upstairs," she said quietly. "And your father was in bed with me all night until he got up for water around 12:30. We never really talked about it again. My parents seemed eager to forget the whole thing, and honestly, part of me wanted to as well. But I know what I experienced. Someone, or something, was in that house with us. Something that could look like my mother, something that could physically sit on a bed and have weight and substance. We moved out of that house the following year when my dad got transferred again. I've never been so relieved to leave a place behind, but sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still get that feeling of being watched. And I wonder if whatever was in that house is still with me, waiting for the right moment to appear again. I still can't explain what happened that night. I know I wasn't dreaming. I know what I felt. And sometimes I wonder if my parents know more than they ever told me. Story 13. I've never been the type to believe in anything supernatural. I'm just an average person going about my day, trying to make sense of this world with logic and reason. But I need to get this off my chest because what I experienced has shaken that foundation, and I still don't know what to make of it. Last March, I lost one of my closest friends. Let's call him Alex. He'd been struggling with depression for years, but he was always the one with the brightest smile, the one who would drop everything to help others. None of us saw it coming when he took his own life. He lived alone in his apartment, and his body wasn't discovered until the next day when he didn't show up for work and wasn't answering calls. The night it happened, I was at home, just relaxing in bed. It was around 9 in the evening, and I was reading a book. Nothing special, just some thriller I'd picked up at the airport a few weeks earlier. My cat was curled up at my feet, and everything felt completely normal. I remember even feeling particularly peaceful that night, which makes what happened next all the more strange. Out of nowhere, this sensation hit me. It's so hard to describe to someone who hasn't felt it. It wasn't pain exactly, but it was intense, like an electrical current running through my entire body. Imagine the strongest goosebumps you've ever had, then multiply that by 100. It started at the base of my spine and rapidly spread outward to every extremity. My skin tingled, my hair stood on end, and for about 10 seconds I couldn't move. During those seconds, I had the overwhelming feeling that I wasn't alone in my room. It wasn't frightening, oddly enough. It felt familiar, like when you sense someone looking at you from across the room before you actually see them. I remember looking around, half expecting to see someone standing there, but of course there was no one. When it passed, I just sat there, completely confused. I actually checked my phone to see if there had been a power surge or something. I even wondered if I was having some kind of weird reaction to the Thai food I'd eaten earlier. I eventually shrugged it off and went back to reading, though I couldn't quite shake the feeling that something significant had just happened. The next morning, I got the call. Alex had taken his life the previous evening. As his friend broke the news to me, I felt my blood run cold. I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, if they knew when exactly it happened. Around 9 in the evening, they said. The exact time I'd experienced that strange electrical sensation. I didn't tell anyone about what I'd felt. How could I? It sounded crazy even to me. I went through the motions of grief, the funeral, the gatherings of friends sharing memories, the slow process of accepting he was gone. But in the back of my mind, that experience lingered. Was it just a coincidence? Had my body somehow sensed what was happening to him in that moment? Months passed. I tried to move on with my life, though I still thought of Alex often. Then, in January of this year, I lost another friend. Michael had been battling terminal cancer for almost 2 years. He lived in another country, and we'd kept in touch mostly through messenger apps during his illness. Michael and I had many late-night conversations about death. He wasn't religious and didn't believe in an afterlife, which terrified him. I remember him typing to me once, "What scares me most isn't the pain, or even dying itself. It's the nothingness afterward, just not existing anymore." I never knew what to say to comfort him, because I wasn't sure what I believed either. His family messaged me when he passed. It was expected, but it still hit hard. That day at work was a blur. I went through the motions, holding back tears, not really telling anyone what was going on. I just wanted to get home, where I could process everything in private. I got home around 6 in the evening. I remember dropping my keys on the counter and just standing there in my kitchen, feeling the weight of another loss. That's when it happened again. That same electric shock sensation I'd felt the night Alex died. It started at the base of my spine again and spread outward, making every hair on my body stand on end. But this time, something else happened too. The lights in my kitchen started flickering. Not in the subtle way they do when there's a minor power issue. They were pulsing, dimming completely, and then brightening again in a rhythm that seemed almost deliberate. My first thought, strangely enough, wasn't fear. It was Michael. His name came into my mind immediately, and with it came this unexpected sense of contentment. Not happiness exactly, but a feeling that he was okay. Without even thinking about it, I said his name out loud. "Michael?" The moment I did, the lights flickered again, 3 quick pulses, and then stabilized. The electric sensation running through my body lasted for about 10 seconds, just like before, but the presence I felt lingered longer this time. I stood frozen in my kitchen, afraid that if I moved, whatever was happening would stop. That's when I felt the strangest sensation on my right hand, like someone was holding it. Not squeezing it, just holding it gently. There was a slight pressure and warmth, but when I looked down, there was nothing visible there. Yet the feeling was so distinct, I could have sworn someone was standing right next to me, their hand in mine. After a few minutes, both the presence and the sensation on my hand gradually faded. I immediately checked my electrical panel to see if there was some kind of issue that could explain the flickering lights. Everything looked normal. I even called my neighbor to ask if they'd experienced any power fluctuations. They hadn't. I sat on my couch for hours that night, replaying what had happened. 2 friends, 2 deaths, 2 inexplicable physical experiences that coincided exactly with their passing. The odds against this being coincidence seemed astronomical. What stayed with me the most is how I felt during that second experience. There was no fear, only this profound sense of peace. If that was Michael, and I know how crazy this sounds, it felt like he was letting me know he was okay, that what he'd feared so much hadn't come to pass. There was something after all. I've done some research since then, reading accounts from others who've had similar experiences. Some call it a crisis apparition, when someone who's dying or in danger somehow projects their energy or consciousness to someone they're close to. Others describe it as the deceased person's way of saying goodbye. I don't know what to call it, but I know what I felt. It's been several months now since Michael passed, and I haven't experienced anything like it again. Sometimes I wonder if I'll feel that electric sensation when other people I care about pass away, or if these two instances were special somehow. I wonder if I'm particularly receptive to whatever this is, or if it happens to lots of people who just don't talk about it. The strangest part is how these experiences have changed my view of death. I've never been religious, but I'm no longer afraid of what comes after. Whatever it is, it doesn't seem to be the nothingness that Michael feared. There's some kind of continuation, some kind of energy that persists. I don't pretend to understand it, but I find comfort in it. I've told only one close friend about these experiences, and she suggested I write it down, get it out of my system. She didn't say she thought I was crazy, but I could see the skepticism in her eyes. And that's okay. I would have been skeptical too if someone had told me this story before it happened to me. Sometimes I talk to Alex and Michael out loud when I'm alone in my apartment. I don't know if they can hear me, but it feels possible now in a way it never did before. The lights don't flicker, and I don't feel that electric sensation, but there's a comfort in thinking they might be listening. I don't have any grand conclusions about what happened. I can't explain it, and I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I just know what I experienced, and it's changed me. Death still seems sad and final in many ways, but also less like an ending, and more like a transition to something else. Something we can't understand from this side, and sometimes, late at night when I'm reading in bed like I was that night in March, I find myself hoping for that electric feeling again. Not because I want to lose anyone else, but because for those brief moments, the barrier between here and whatever comes next seemed thin enough to reach across. And in a world that can feel so disconnected sometimes, that connection felt like the most real thing I've ever experienced. Story 14. I've never really told this story to many people, not because I don't remember it clearly. Trust me, I remember every single detail like it happened yesterday, but because most people just think I'm making it up, or that I was half asleep and imagining things. But I wasn't. I was wide awake. And what I saw that night at Oak Ridge Military Academy in the early 90s completely changed how I look at the world. It was a Saturday night in October. The weather had just started getting colder in North Carolina, and most of the campus had emptied out since it was a weekend. A lot of the cadets had gone home to visit family, but I lived about 4 hours away, so I usually just stayed on campus during shorter breaks. My roommate had gone home too, so I'd invited my buddy Mark over to hang out. We were both into music and spent most of that evening playing guitars and listening to Nirvana and Pearl Jam. Nothing unusual about the night at all. Our dorm was in this really old building that had been standing since before the Civil War. The place had that distinct smell that really old buildings have, kind of musty and wooden, with layers of paint and floor wax built up over decades. The hallways had these dim yellow lights that barely lit anything, and the wooden floors creaked with every step. At night, the whole building made noises as it settled, creaks, pops, and the occasional sound of the old pipes rattling behind the walls. We'd been playing music for hours, and it must have been around 1 in the morning when I realized I needed to use the bathroom. The bathrooms were down the hall from my room, maybe about 30 feet, and I remember being annoyed because I was comfortable and didn't want to get up, but I'd been drinking Mountain Dew all night, so I didn't have much choice. I remember walking out into the hallway. It was that time of night when everything is super quiet, and the only sound was the buzzing of those old fluorescent lights. The hall was long and narrow with doors on either side, and the bathroom was toward the end, past where the hallway opened up into a wider area near the stairwell. I'd made it about halfway to the bathroom when I saw him. Standing at the far end of the hall, maybe 40 feet away from me, was a figure in military dress. At first, I thought it was just another cadet who'd stayed for the weekend, or maybe one of the officers doing a late-night check, but something felt off immediately. He was wearing BDU pants, the standard camouflage military pants, with a brown shirt and a drill sergeant hat pulled low over his face. But what struck me as weird was how still he was standing, completely motionless. And despite the dim lighting, I could see that where his eyes should have been visible under the brim of his hat, there was just darkness. We had strict protocol at the academy about identifying yourself when you encountered someone at night. It was drilled into us from day one. So out of habit, I called out, "Identify yourself, sir." My voice echoed slightly down the empty hallway. Nothing, no response, no movement. He just stood there, staring at me from under that hat. I felt this cold sensation creep up my spine. I thought maybe he hadn't heard me, so I repeated louder this time, "Identify yourself, sir." Still nothing. Just this absolutely unnatural stillness. I remember thinking that no human could stand that perfectly still. He wasn't swaying slightly like a person normally would. He wasn't breathing visibly. He was just there. And his eyes, or where his eyes should have been, were just these dark shadows beneath his hat. I couldn't make out any facial features at all, even though the hallway lighting, poor as it was, should have shown me something. I'm not someone who scares easily. The academy had toughened me up over the years. But in that moment, every instinct in my body was screaming that something was very, very wrong. I felt my heart pounding against my ribs and my mouth went completely dry. I backed up slowly, keeping my eyes on the figure until I reached my door. I fumbled with the handle, not wanting to turn my back, and practically fell back into my room. Mark looked up from his guitar, surprised. "Dude, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." "There's someone in the hallway," I managed to say. My voice was shaking. "Some guy in uniform, but he won't respond when I talk to him." Mark must have seen how genuinely freaked out I was, because he immediately put down his guitar and got up. "Let's check it out," he said. I didn't want to go back out there, but I also didn't want to look like a coward. Plus, having Mark with me made me feel braver. We grabbed our baseball bats from under the bed. We kept them for intramural sports, but they felt comforting to hold at that moment, and slowly opened the door. The hallway was empty. "He was right there," I said, pointing to the spot where the figure had been standing. Just staring at me, not moving, not saying anything. We walked down the hallway cautiously, checking every doorway and corner. Nothing. We went to the stairwell, the only way he could have left without passing my room, and looked down the stairs. Nobody there either. And here's the thing, those stairs were old metal stairs that made a horrible squeaking noise whenever anyone used them. There's no way someone could have gone down them without us hearing it from my room. The exit doors at the bottom were just as loud, these heavy metal doors that slammed shut with a bang that echoed throughout the building. We would have heard if anyone had left. We checked the bathroom, the storage closets, every possible place someone could hide. Nothing. "Maybe he went into someone else's room," Mark suggested. But we both knew most rooms were empty for the weekend, and the few cadets who had stayed would have been asleep by then. We eventually went back to my room, and I told Mark exactly what I'd seen. He could tell I wasn't making it up. I was still shaking. We stayed up for hours talking about it, trying to come up with rational explanations. Maybe it was another cadet playing a prank, but how did he disappear so quickly and silently? Maybe it was just a shadow or my eyes playing tricks. But I'd seen him so clearly, even called out to him twice. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that figure standing there, completely still, staring at me from beneath that drill sergeant hat. Monday morning came, and classes resumed as normal. I tried to push the incident out of my mind, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. After my morning classes, I went to find Sergeant Bureau, one of the officers I trusted. He'd been at Oak Ridge for years and knew everything about the place. "Sergeant Bureau," I asked, trying to sound casual. Did we get any new night officers this weekend? Maybe someone I haven't met yet? He looked at me curiously. No, son. Same staff as always. Why do you ask? I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy. I thought I saw someone in uniform in the dorms late Saturday night. Someone I didn't recognize. Sergeant Bureau's expression changed slightly. Not dramatically, but enough that I noticed. What did this person look like? He asked, his voice more serious than I expected. I described exactly what I'd seen. The BDUs, the brown shirt, the drill sergeant hat, and those dark, shadowed eyes. As I spoke, Sergeant Bureau's face grew increasingly grim. I'm sure it was nothing, he finally said, clearly uncomfortable. Probably just another cadet. Don't worry about it. And then he changed the subject, asking about my classes in a way that made it clear the conversation about the figure was over. But his reaction told me something was off. He knew something he wasn't telling me. Life went on, and I tried to forget about the incident. I didn't see the figure again, though I'd be lying if I said I didn't check every dark corner and hallway for months afterward. I never walked alone in that building at night if I could help it. About 3 months later, I was sitting in the mess hall with some friends when I overheard a conversation at the next table. Master Sergeant Phillips, a decorated Special Forces Ranger who'd seen combat and was probably the toughest guy on campus, was talking in a low voice to another officer. I wouldn't have paid attention except I heard him say, "Standing right there in my room, in full uniform." I listened more carefully, trying not to be obvious about it. Master Sergeant Phillips was describing how he'd woken up in the middle of the night to see a soldier standing in his room. When he turned on the light, the figure had dropped to the ground and rolled under his bed. When Phillips looked under the bed, there was nothing there. What struck me was how shaken Phillips seemed, even months after his experience. This was a man who had faced actual combat, who had jumped out of planes into hostile territory, who had seen the worst humanity had to offer, and he was visibly disturbed by what he had encountered that night. After lunch, I approached him privately. I don't know what gave me the courage, but I had to know. "Master Sergeant Phillips," I said, "I couldn't help overhearing about what you saw in your room that night." He looked at me with a mixture of surprise and wariness. "What about it, cadet?" "I saw something too," I admitted, and described my encounter in the hallway. As I spoke, Phillips's expression changed from skepticism to recognition. When I mentioned the drill sergeant hat and the dark eyes, he actually paled slightly. "You weren't in my room that night, were you?" he asked, his voice low. "No, sir, I was in the dorms." He nodded slowly. "I don't talk about this much, cadet. People think you're crazy when you start talking about seeing things that can't be there." He paused, then added, "But this place is old, lot of history here, some of it violent. During the Civil War, part of the campus was used as a field hospital, and before that..." He trailed off. "You think it was a ghost?" I asked, barely believing I was having this conversation with a hardened military man. Phillips looked around to make sure no one was listening. "I don't know what it was, but I know what I saw, and I know it wasn't human, not anymore. And the fact that you saw something similar..." He shook his head. "Just be careful walking around alone at night, cadet." That was the only conversation we ever had about it. Phillips avoided the topic after that, and a few months later he transferred to another post. I always wondered if what he saw had anything to do with his departure. I graduated from Oak Ridge a year later and moved on with my life. But I've never forgotten what I saw that night. I've researched the history of the academy over the years and found that there were several deaths on the grounds during its long history. Students who died from illness in the early days, a cadet who accidentally shot himself during training in the 50s, and rumors of a drill sergeant who died mysteriously in the 70s. I don't know if what I saw was the ghost of one of these people or something else entirely. What I do know is that it was real. I was wide awake, sober, and in my right mind. And whatever it wasn't supposed to be there, at least not in our world. To this day, when I think about those dark eyes staring at me from beneath that drill sergeant hat, I get the same cold feeling up my spine. Some things you just can't explain, and some experiences change how you see the world forever. That night at Oak Ridge was one of those experiences for me, and the fact that even Master Sergeant Phillips, a man who had faced real horrors in combat, was shaken by his encounter only confirms what I already knew. What we saw wasn't of this world, and it's still there, patrolling those hallways long after lights out. Story 15. I still get chills thinking about what happened last year. I've been debating whether to post this for months, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone else has seen something similar. So in March of 2022, me and 3 of my buddies, Jake, Marcus, and Devin, decided to take a road trip to Pacific City on the Oregon coast. I had just turned 16 a few months earlier and finally got my license. My dad helped me buy this old Nissan 300ZX, nothing fancy, but it was mine, and I was stoked to take it on a real trip. It was a Saturday, and we left Portland around 9 in the morning. The weather was actually decent for March in Oregon, partly cloudy but no rain, which felt like winning the lottery. We spent the day at the beach, built a bonfire, did some hiking on the dunes, just normal teen stuff, nothing crazy. Around 6 in the evening, we decided to head back home. That's when Jake suggested we take the scenic route through Tillamook Forest instead of Highway 101. He said his family used to take this back road called Nestuka Access Road that would eventually connect to Highway 6 and take us home. Said it was more fun than the regular highway. I was feeling pretty confident with my driving by then, so I agreed. At first it was fine. The road was curvy but paved, cutting through these massive evergreens. But as the sun started setting, I realized how isolated we were getting. The trees were getting thicker on both sides, no houses or buildings anywhere. Our phones all lost service at the same time, which didn't really worry us until later. About 10 miles into this back road, we came around this bend and immediately had to slow down. There was another car pulled over, hazards blinking. As we got closer, we saw what they were looking at. A crashed vehicle on the side of the road, half in a ditch. It was an early 2000s green SUV, I think a Dodge Durango, but could have been a Ford Explorer, hauling a fifth-wheel RV that had jackknifed. The SUV had veered off the road and smashed front first into some trees. The RV was tipped onto its side, one wall completely caved in. There was stuff scattered everywhere along the road and down the embankment. We pulled over behind the other car. An older guy, maybe in his 50s, was standing there looking at the wreck. "Did you call it in?" I asked him. He shook his head. "No service. Was gonna drive until I found some and then call it in." I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and walked toward the crash with my friends. The SUV's driver's side door was hanging open. Inside was a complete mess, clothes, fast food wrappers, maps spread across the seats. What made my stomach drop was the blood. There was a lot of it splattered on the inside of the driver's door window and across the windshield. Not just a little bit either, like someone had been seriously hurt. Jake called out that he was going to check the RV, but there wasn't much left of it. The side walls had basically collapsed, and camping supplies were strewn all over. Sleeping bags, coolers, clothing. We looked around for about 10 minutes, but didn't find anyone. "Where are the people?" Marcus asked what we were all thinking. The older guy was checking his phone again. "Still no service. I'm gonna head out and call this in when I can. You boys should do the same." Something about the scene felt wrong. Like, why would someone just abandon their vehicle like this? Where did they go? And with that much blood? We got back in my car and continued down the road. None of us said much for a while. I kept thinking about the blood on the windshield. "That was fresh," Devin finally said from the back seat. "That accident didn't happen days ago. That was recent." He was right. There was no dust on the broken glass. The blood wasn't brown yet. Whatever happened there had been within the last day, maybe even hours. It was fully dark by now, around 8:30 or 9 at night. My headlights cut through the darkness, but beyond their reach was just black forest on both sides. We hadn't seen another car since the guy at the accident. The road got narrower and more winding. I had to slow down to like 25 miles per hour on some of the curves. About 3 to 5 miles past the crash site, hard to tell exactly with the winding road, we came around this sharp turn where there was a small pull-off area to the right. My headlights swept across it as we rounded the bend, and that's when I saw it. I still struggle to describe what I saw. Standing at the edge of the pull-off, partially hidden behind tall grass and shrubs, was a figure. It was pale, not just white, but a sickly, unnatural pale, like something that had never seen sunlight. It was completely naked, with no clothes at all, standing upright on 2 legs. But it wasn't human. It couldn't have been. The proportions were all wrong. It was thin, scrawny even, but its skin hung off it in places like it was too big for its frame. The skin on its face sagged around the cheeks. Its neck had these folds of loose skin. Its arms were thin, but had this saggy skin hanging from them. The worst part was its eyes. When my headlights hit them, they reflected back brightly, like when you shine a light at a cat at night and their eyes glow. But these were bigger, and the reflection was intense, almost like 2 small headlights staring back at us. I only saw it for maybe 2 seconds as we drove past, but I immediately hit the gas. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely keep control of the wheel. "What the fuck was that?" Marcus yelled from the back seat. "Did you guys see that?" I asked, my voice cracking. I needed to know I wasn't hallucinating. "I saw something," Jake said quietly from the passenger seat. "It didn't have any hair." "Or eyebrows," Devon added. "Did you see how its eyes reflected the light?" As we sped away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The figure had leaned out from behind the shrubs and was watching us drive away. I swear to God it was watching us leave. We were all freaking out. I had the gas pedal nearly to the floor, taking the curves way too fast. Nobody told me to slow down. "That thing wasn't human," Jake kept saying. "That wasn't a person." "Maybe it was someone from the crash," Marcus suggested, but even he didn't sound convinced. "Humans don't have eyes that reflect light like that," I said, "and no human looks like that." We drove in silence for about 15 more minutes before finally reaching Highway 6. The moment we hit the main road and saw other cars, we all let out this collective sigh of relief. My knuckles were white from gripping the steering wheel so hard. When we finally got cell service again, Devin wanted to call the police about both the crash and what we saw. But what would we even say? We saw some naked, inhuman thing in the forest. They'd think we were just stupid teenagers making stuff up. We did end up calling in the crash once we had service, but we didn't mention the figure. Just said we'd seen a crashed SUV and RV with no one around. The dispatcher thanked us and said they'd send someone to check it out. The whole drive back to Portland, we tried to rationalize what we'd seen. Maybe it was just someone who'd been in the crash and was in shock, wandering around naked. But that didn't explain the eyes, or the weird saggy skin, or the complete lack of hair anywhere on its body. Here's the weirdest part, though. Almost a year later, I was hanging out with my girlfriend at her house. Her older brother came in and was showing us pictures from his camping trip. He was scrolling through his phone, and suddenly I saw it. A picture of the same crashed green SUV with the fifth wheel. Exactly the same crash site we'd seen. I nearly dropped my drink. "When did you take that?" I asked him. "Oh, that was back in March last year. We were heading to Pacific City and took a shortcut through Tillamook. Came across this nasty wreck. Nobody around, though. Super creepy." I asked him if he saw anything else unusual that day. He looked confused and said no, just the crash. They'd called it in and continued their trip. I didn't tell him what we'd seen. I couldn't bring myself to describe it. I've tried researching crashes in that area from last March. Found nothing in any news reports. I've checked missing persons reports for Tillamook County. Nothing matches what we saw. I haven't been back on that road since. My friends and I don't really talk about it anymore, but I know none of them have forgotten. Sometimes Jake will text me late at night with links to cryptid sightings in Oregon forests, but they never match what we saw. I don't know what happened to the people in that SUV. I don't know what that thing was by the road, but I know what I saw wasn't human, and sometimes I wonder if it's still out there, watching other cars drive by from behind the trees. I still drive with my high beams on at night, and I never, ever take the scenic route anymore. Story 16. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or supernatural stuff. Sure, I've watched my fair share of horror movies and listened to creepy podcasts, but I always chalk those feelings up to an overactive imagination. That changed last month in my Portland home, and I'm still trying to make sense of what happened. I live in this old Victorian-style house with two roommates, T and K. We've been sharing the place for about 4 years now. It's a bit creaky and has its quirks, but it's home. T is this laid-back guy who works in IT, and K is studying to be a veterinarian. Both are pretty grounded people. K especially has always been the skeptic among us, rolling her eyes whenever anyone mentioned anything paranormal. It all started on a Tuesday evening. I remember because I had just gotten home from a particularly rough day at work. T was in the kitchen making dinner when I walked in, and he seemed a bit off, not his usual joking self. When I asked what was up, he hesitated before telling me that something weird had happened the night before. "My lamp moved," he said, stirring his pasta sauce with more focus than necessary. "I was lying in bed, almost asleep, when I saw my dresser lamp just shift, like someone nudged it. I didn't think much of it at the time. Old house, uneven surfaces. There are logical explanations for these things." T told Kay later that evening, and she dismissed it completely, suggesting maybe he was half dreaming, or that shadows can play tricks on your eyes in the dark. T didn't bring it up again, and I forgot about it. About 4 days later, on Saturday night, I went to bed around 11. My dog Pepper, a small terrier mix, was curled up against my leg as usual. I remember checking my phone one last time, setting my alarm for Sunday morning, and drifting off to sleep pretty quickly. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. The room was dark except for the faint glow from my digital clock and the streetlight filtering through my curtains. Something felt wrong. You know that feeling when you're being watched? It was like that, but heavier. My body felt strangely tense, like I couldn't move properly, though I wasn't fully paralyzed. That's when I saw it. About 3 feet from the side of my bed was a figure. Not a person, not a shadow cast by furniture or clothes hanging up. This was something else entirely. It was dark, darker than the darkness around it, and had this jagged, craggy outline. It wasn't shaped like a human. There were no distinct shoulders or head that I could make out. Just this mass of blackness that seemed to absorb what little light was in the room. Pepper was awake too. She wasn't barking or growling, which was strange. Instead, she was completely still, pressed against my leg, staring at the same spot I was. Her body was rigid, and I could feel her trembling slightly. I couldn't scream. My throat felt constricted, and my chest was tight with fear. All I could do was stare at this thing, trying to convince myself it was just a weird shadow or my eyes playing tricks on me, but I knew it wasn't. It felt alive, conscious, and it was watching me. I don't know how long we stayed like that, me, Pepper, and this thing, locked in this silent standoff. Could have been seconds or minutes. Time felt warped. Suddenly my bedroom door burst open, slamming against the wall. The sound was so unexpected and loud in the silence that I literally jumped, finally breaking whatever hold that thing had on me. Kay was standing in my doorway, her face pale in the dim light. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice shaky. I heard noises. When I looked back to where the shadow figure had been, it was gone. just gone. Not like it moved away or faded. It simply wasn't there anymore. "What noises?" I managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Kay came into my room, switching on my bedside lamp. She looked around nervously before sitting on the edge of my bed. "It sounded like someone was sick," she explained. "Like retching or vomiting. I woke up to it and thought maybe you weren't feeling well. I told her I was fine, that I'd been asleep until just before she came in." Kay frowned, clearly confused. "I heard it twice," she continued. "The first time woke me up. I waited, then got up to use the bathroom. And while I was in there, I heard it again. It sounded like it was coming from your room." We both looked at Pepper, who was still unusually quiet and alert. It definitely wasn't her making the noises, and it wasn't me. Kay and I were the only ones home that night. T was staying at his girlfriend's place. We checked the entire house, every room, closet, behind furniture, under beds. Nothing was out of place, no signs of an intruder. We even checked outside, thinking maybe someone was sick in our yard. Nothing. Kay ended up sleeping on my floor that night. Neither of us wanted to be alone, though we didn't explicitly say why. We didn't talk about what I'd seen. I couldn't bring myself to tell her just yet. We just chalked the noises up to weird house sounds and tried to go back to sleep. But I don't think either of us got much rest. 2 days passed without incident. I was starting to think maybe it had been a particularly vivid nightmare or some strange, half-awake hallucination. I hadn't mentioned the shadow figure to anyone yet. I was afraid they'd think I was losing it. Then on Monday evening, I was in my room working on my laptop when Kay called me from her bedroom. Her voice had that same nervous edge I'd heard Saturday night. "Olivia, can you come here for a sec?" When I walked into her room, Kay was standing by her bookshelf, looking pale. She pointed to the floor about 3 feet away from the shelf. "Look." There, lying face up on the carpet, was a porcelain doll I had given Kay for her birthday 3 years ago. It was one of those collectible ones, with a Victorian-style dress and painted features. Kay kept it displayed on the top shelf, with a few other decorative dolls she'd collected over the years. "I didn't touch it," she said firmly. "I was sitting at my desk working, and I turned around and it was just there, on the floor." I looked at the shelf. None of the other dolls had moved. The space where this one had been was clearly visible. "Maybe it fell," I suggested weakly, though even as I said it I knew it didn't make sense. The doll was positioned 3 feet away from the shelf. If it had fallen, it would have been directly below its spot. "I didn't even hear it fall, Liv," Kay said, her voice barely audible. "And look at how it's positioned on the floor. It's lying perfectly flat, face up. That's not how dolls fall." She was right. It was too deliberate, too precise. I picked up the doll and examined it. No damage, no chips or cracks in the porcelain. I put it back on the shelf, making sure it was stable. Kay sat down on her bed, rubbing her arms like she was cold. "Has anything weird happened to you lately?" she asked hesitantly. That's when I told her about the shadow figure I'd seen by my bed. As I described it, the craggy, inhuman shape, the feeling of being watched, Pepper's strange reaction, Kay's eyes grew wider. She didn't interrupt or dismiss what I was saying. She just listened, occasionally nodding. When I finished, we sat in silence for a moment. Then Kay said something that sent chills down my spine. "I believe you. After the noises and now this." She gestured to where the doll had been on the floor. "I think something's happening here. Something I can't explain." Coming from Kay, the skeptic who'd always had logical explanations for everything, this was huge. The fact that she was scared too made everything suddenly more real, more terrifying. We both felt it then, a heaviness in the air, an uncomfortable pressure. Like the house itself was listening to our conversation. It's hard to describe, but we looked at each other and knew we needed to leave. Not permanently, but just to get out and clear our heads. We grabbed our purses and practically ran to my car. We drove to a coffee shop about 20 minutes away and sat there for a couple of hours, talking about what might be happening. Neither of us had experienced anything like this before. We discussed the history of the house, built in the 1920s, several previous owners but no known tragedies. Whether we'd brought anything new into the home recently, we hadn't. Or if we'd done anything that might have, I don't know, invited something in. It all sounded ridiculous as we talked about it in the bright, normal coffee shop, but we couldn't deny what we'd experienced. By the time we headed back, it was nearly 10 at night. Kay had researched on her phone and suggested we try sage cleansing the house. We stopped at a new age shop that was still open and bought a sage smudge stick and some sea salt. Back at the house, we felt that same heaviness, but we were determined now. We opened all the windows, even though it was chilly outside. Kay lit the sage, and we went from room to room, focusing on corners, doorways, and windows. We sprinkled sea salt along windowsills and thresholds. It felt a bit silly at first, but also necessary. When we got to my bedroom, the last room in our cleansing route, the sage smoke seemed to behave differently. Instead of drifting upward in gentle curls, it moved horizontally, almost like it was being pulled toward the spot where I'd seen the figure. Kay saw it too. I could tell by the way her hand tightened around the smudge stick. We finished the ritual and closed the windows. The house felt lighter somehow, like a pressure had been released. We waited for something to happen that night, but nothing did. Pepper slept normally. No strange noises, no moving objects, no shadow figures. It's been 3 weeks now without any further incidents. T came back from his girlfriend's and we told him everything. He admitted he'd been too embarrassed to say more about his lamp moving, afraid we'd think he was being dramatic. The three of us are a bit more vigilant now, more aware of our surroundings. I still don't know what that thing by my bed was. Sometimes I wonder if it was trying to communicate somehow. Maybe the vomiting sounds Kay heard were its attempt to speak, and the doll, was that meant to get our attention, or was it just trying to frighten us? What unsettles me most is how quickly Kay's skepticism crumbled. Whatever was in our house that weekend was real enough and frightening enough to convince someone who never believed in such things that something truly unexplainable had occurred. I still sleep with my light on sometimes, and Pepper still occasionally stares at that empty space beside my bed. But for now, at least, whatever it was seems to have gone. Story 17. I've been a firefighter with Milledgeville Fire Department for almost 9 years now. Nothing in my training prepared me for what happened last December at Central State. I'm not posting this for attention or because I think you'll believe me. I need to put this somewhere because it's eating at me, and I can't exactly talk about it with the guys at the station without becoming the department joke. Some background: Central State Hospital used to be the biggest mental institution in the world. The campus is massive, over 200 buildings spread across this huge property. Most of it's been shut down since around 2010. The place is creepy as hell, even in broad daylight. All these abandoned buildings just sitting there rotting away. One section had an old men's prison that closed in 2011, and that's where our call came in. It was around 11:30 at night when the tones dropped. Possible structure fire at the abandoned prison complex at Central State. We'd had problems with homeless people and teenagers breaking in to explore, so fires weren't uncommon. My engine was first due, and I was on the initial attack team with my lieutenant. The prison was this long, sprawling concrete building with bars on all the windows. Most of the glass was broken out, and the whole place had this heavy feeling of decay. We found an entry point through a maintenance room in the back. The security door had been pried open long ago, probably by copper thieves or urban explorers. The moment we stepped inside, I felt something was off. I've been in plenty of abandoned buildings, but this was different. The air felt thick, almost heavy against my skin, even through my turnout gear. My lieutenant didn't seem to notice, so I kept it to myself and focused on the job. We made our way through dark corridors with our flashlights. The beam would catch these old metal doors with tiny windows, some hanging open, others still locked shut. The walls were peeling this sickly institutional green paint. The floors were covered in debris, old papers, trash from squatters, broken furniture. The smell was the worst part, mildew, rot, and something else I can't really describe, something that made my stomach turn. We found the fire in what looked like an old common area. It wasn't major. Someone had started a fire in a metal trash can that spread to some old mattresses piled in the corner. We knocked it down pretty quick. Once the main fire was out, my lieutenant called for additional manpower to help with overhaul and to check for extension. My buddy Mike showed up for the mop-up operation. We needed to pull more hose in to hit some hot spots, so I was feeding hose to him, while he moved deeper into the burn room. The smoke had thinned out, but we still had our SCBA masks on. My flashlight was clipped to my coat, pointing down the corridor that led deeper into the prison. That's when I saw it. About 60 or 70 feet down the hallway, where the corridor turned, something was standing there. At first, I thought it was another firefighter, but nobody else had gone that way. I called out, but there was no response. I adjusted my flashlight to get a better look. What I saw still gives me nightmares. It wasn't a person. It was some kind of figure. The best way I can describe it is like a shadow, but darker than the darkness around it. Like it was absorbing what little light there was. It was impossibly tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet, and unnaturally thin. Like someone had stretched a normal person until they were just wrong proportions. But the worst part was the eyes. 2 points of glowing red light staring directly at me, not reflecting my flashlight, actually glowing like embers. I froze, completely froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. It wasn't moving, just standing there watching me. I felt this overwhelming sense of dread wash over me, like I was looking at something that shouldn't exist. The air felt even heavier, like it was pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe even with my air supply. I don't know how long I stood there staring at it, probably only a minute or so, but it felt like forever. Then Mike called back to me, asking for more hose. His voice snapped me out of it. I turned to respond, telling him I'd feed him more slack. When I looked back down the hallway, it was gone, just gone. I shined my light all the way down the corridor, but there was nothing there. I wanted to tell Mike what I'd seen, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. How do you tell another firefighter you just saw some kind of shadow monster in an abandoned prison? So I kept quiet and focused on finishing the job. But I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder, expecting to see those red eyes watching me from the darkness. The rest of the call went by in a blur. I was jumpy, distracted. My lieutenant asked if I was okay, and I blamed it on not getting enough sleep before shift. We finally cleared the scene around 3 in the morning, and I've never been so happy to get back to the station. For weeks afterward, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was a weird shadow cast by my flashlight. Maybe it was sleep deprivation or the stress of the job catching up with me. Maybe the smoke had messed with my head. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Then, about 3 months later, I was dropping off some equipment at Station 3 where my friend Sarah works. She used to work that district that includes Central State before transferring. We got to talking about weird calls, and I cautiously asked if she'd ever experienced anything strange at Central State. The look on her face told me everything before she even spoke. She got real quiet and asked me what I'd seen. I was hesitant to tell her, worried she'd think I was crazy. But something in her expression made me open up. I started describing the shadow figure, and before I could get to the red eyes, she interrupted me. 7 or 8 feet tall, really skinny, like unnaturally thin, and red eyes. My blood ran cold. I nodded, unable to speak for a moment. I saw it too, she said, but not in the prison. It was in the Powell building on the other side of campus. She told me her story. Her crew had been doing pre-fire planning exercises, going through the abandoned buildings to familiarize themselves with the layouts. It was the middle of the day, bright sunshine outside. She'd gone down a hallway to check a stairwell and saw the exact same thing I had. A shadow figure, darker than it should be, impossibly tall and thin with glowing red eyes. The really unsettling part. The Powell building is on the complete opposite side of the campus from the prison. We're talking nearly a mile away, and she saw it in broad daylight while I saw it at night. That's when I realized this thing, whatever it is, isn't confined to one building. It's not just a weird shadow or trick of the light. It moves around the entire campus, and it shows itself to certain people. Why us? I don't know. Sarah told me other firefighters and police officers have seen strange things at Central State over the years, but most don't talk about it because they don't want to sound crazy. Some have seen the same figure we did. Others have heard voices or screams coming from empty buildings. A few have felt unseen hands touch them or push them. The history of that place is horrific if you look into it. Thousands of patients died there over the decades. Terrible treatments, neglect, abuse. The prison section was particularly bad. If anywhere deserves to be haunted, it's Central State. I've been back there for calls twice since my encounter. Nothing as serious as that fire, just alarm activations that turned out to be false. Each time, I felt like I was being watched, like something was following just out of sight. I volunteered to stay with the truck both times rather than go inside. The weirdest part? I'm not a believer in the paranormal. I never have been. I've always been the guy who laughs at ghost stories and finds the logical explanation. But I know what I saw, and when Sarah described the exact same thing without me telling her the details first, that's when I knew it was real. I still don't know what that shadow figure is. Is it a ghost? Some kind of entity? Something else entirely? All I know is that it exists, and it's still there, wandering the abandoned halls of Central State Hospital. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night feeling like it's standing in the corner of my bedroom, those red eyes watching me in the darkness. I turn on the light, and of course nothing's there. But the feeling lingers. If you ever find yourself in Milledgeville, Georgia, stay the hell away from Central State Hospital, especially after dark. Some places have a darkness that goes beyond abandoned buildings and overgrown grounds. And sometimes that darkness takes form and watches you from the end of a hallway with glowing red eyes. I don't know why it showed itself to me that night. I don't know what it wanted. All I know is that I hope I never see it again. Story 18. I've always been a skeptic. Ghosts, spirits, paranormal activity, all of that stuff seemed like nonsense to me, until I moved into this cottage. Now, I'm not so sure anymore. I bought this place about 1.5 years ago. It's a small cottage built in 1902, tucked away at the edge of town. The real estate agent mentioned its rich history when showing me around, but I was more focused on the practical aspects: good bones, decent-sized rooms, a small garden for my cat Milo to explore. The price was right, and I fell in love with the character. The wooden beams, the original fireplace, even the slightly uneven floors. Sure, it needed some work, but I was excited for the project. The first few months were uneventful. I painted walls, fixed cabinets, and slowly made the place my own. Then winter came, and things started getting weird. It began with the lights. I'd be in bed reading, and suddenly the bedroom light would switch off. At first I thought nothing of it. Old houses have quirky electrical systems. I'd get up, flip the switch back on, and continue reading. But then it started happening more frequently. Sometimes the light would flicker off and on several times in a row. Other times, I'd wake up in the middle of the night to find my bedroom light blazing, even though I distinctly remembered turning it off before going to sleep. I called an electrician who found nothing wrong with the wiring. He suggested maybe the switches were old and needed replacing. I had them all changed, but the problem persisted. Then came the bumps in the night. Not subtle creaks or the normal settling sounds old houses make. These were loud, deliberate thumps that would jolt me awake. They sounded like someone dropping heavy books onto hardwood floors or furniture being moved. The first time it happened, I was convinced someone had broken in. Heart pounding, I grabbed my phone and a heavy flashlight and searched every corner of the house. Nothing. No signs of entry, nothing out of place. I blamed Milo at first, but half the time he was outside when these sounds occurred. And they were too loud for a 12-pound cat anyway. My neighbor Edith, a woman in her 80s who's lived next door for decades, noticed my exhaustion one day and asked if I was sleeping well. When I hesitantly mentioned the noises, her face changed. She wasn't surprised. This whole area has history, she told me over tea in her kitchen. Before these cottages, there was a nunnery here back in the 1800s. Then it became a convent school, and during the First World War, they converted it to a small hospital. They only divided the land and built these cottages in the early 1900s. I nodded politely, not really believing any connection between century-old nuns and my flickering lights. Edith went on to describe her own experiences, objects moving, cold spots, the feeling of being watched. I chalked it up to an elderly woman's imagination and went home. But 2 weeks ago, things escalated. I woke up suddenly at night, my heart pounding for no apparent reason. Looking at my phone, I saw it was 3:27 in the morning. That's when I heard it. 3 distinct musical notes, tinny and clear, like from an old-fashioned music box. The sound seemed to come from somewhere in my bedroom, but I couldn't pinpoint it. I sat up, fully alert now, and turned on my bedside lamp. Silence. I got up and checked around the room, under the bed, in the closet, on my dresser. Nothing that could make that sound. I don't even own a music box. The next night, same thing. Woke up with my heart racing at 3:22, heard the same 3 notes. Searched, found nothing. After the 3rd night, I was getting seriously freaked out. Each time, the pattern was identical. I'd wake up between 3:20 and 3:30, heart already racing before I heard anything. Then those 3 notes would play, clear as day. Always the same 3 notes, always just once, always from somewhere in my bedroom that I couldn't locate. I started to wonder if I was having some kind of auditory hallucination. Maybe I was hearing something in that half-asleep state and my brain was misinterpreting it. But on the 5th night, I was already awake when it happened. I'd been having trouble sleeping, anxious about hearing the sound again. I was scrolling through my phone when suddenly, those same 3 notes, I jumped up and turned on all the lights. Nothing. I pulled out furniture, checked all my electronics, even looked for some kind of hidden speaker, though who would plant that and why, I had no idea. Nothing made sense. Last week I was on a video call with my sister around 3 in the morning. She lives overseas, so our call times are weird, and the sound happened while we were talking. She heard it too through my phone. That's when I knew I wasn't imagining things. That sounded like Brahms' Lullaby, she said. I looked it up later, and she was right. Those 3 notes were the opening of Brahms' Lullaby. You know, the go-to-sleep song parents use for babies, which is ironic because this was doing the exact opposite of helping me sleep. I'm exhausted. I've been trying to record the sound using apps on my phone that activate with noise, but here's the weird part. It never happens when I'm actively trying to record it. I've set up my phone to record all night, and those are the only nights when nothing happens. It's like whatever is causing this knows when I'm trying to document it. Last night was the worst. I'd actually managed to fall asleep around midnight, only to be jolted awake at exactly 3:25. I checked my phone immediately. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The room felt colder than usual, and there was this weird pressure in the air, like right before a thunderstorm. Then it happened, those 3 notes. But this time they sounded closer, as if the music box was right next to my ear. I froze, unable to move, my breath caught in my throat. That's when I felt it. A slight depression on the mattress at the foot of my bed, like someone sitting down. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, just lay there, eyes wide open in the dark, feeling the weight shift slightly on my bed. My cat, who usually sleeps curled against my legs, was nowhere to be found. I discovered him later hiding in the bathroom cabinet. The weight remained for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it lifted. The room temperature returned to normal. I finally found the courage to turn on my light, and of course no one was there. I spent the rest of the night sitting up in bed with all the lights on, back pressed against the headboard, jumping at every tiny creak and sound the house made. This morning, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. On my dresser was a small circular mark, like someone had set down a glass without a coaster. Except I don't drink in my bedroom, and that mark wasn't there yesterday when I was putting away laundry. I'm writing this all down, partly to organize my thoughts, and partly because I don't know what else to do. I've always been the logical one, the person who finds rational explanations for supposedly supernatural events. But I'm running out of explanations here. I've considered moving, but I sank most of my savings into this place. I can't afford to just walk away. Besides, part of me is stubborn. I don't want to be chased out of my own home by something I can't even see or understand. Edith suggested I talk to whatever it is, tell it to leave me alone. She even offered to bring her priest over for a blessing. I haven't taken her up on that yet. It feels like crossing a line, admitting that I believe in something I've always dismissed. I've tried researching the history of this land more thoroughly, looking for clues about who might be haunting me, if that's what this is. There's frustratingly little information available beyond what Edith told me. The local historical society has some records of the old nunnery and hospital, but nothing that stands out. No tragic deaths, no scandals, nothing that would explain a music box playing Ghost with a fondness for the pre-dawn hours. Tonight, I'm trying something different. I've set up a voice recorder under my bed, hidden it so it's not obvious I'm recording. I've bought a night vision camera that activates with movement. I've even put talcum powder on the floor around my bed. Saw that in a ghost hunting show once, embarrassingly enough. The sun is setting now. In a few hours, I'll have to try to sleep knowing what might be coming. My hands are shaking just thinking about it. I keep telling myself there's a logical explanation, that I'll figure this out. But what if I don't? What if whatever is playing that lullaby decides 3 notes aren't enough anymore? What if next time the weight on my bed doesn't stay at my feet? It's funny how quickly certainty can crumble. A year ago, I would have laughed at someone telling a story like this. Now I'm living it. And there's nothing funny about lying awake at 3 in the morning, listening for a music box that shouldn't exist, feeling a presence that shouldn't be there. I just want to sleep through the night again. I just want those 3 notes to stop. Story 19. I still can't sleep with my door open. It's been almost 3 years since that night, but I literally can't do it. My girlfriend thinks I'm weird about it, but she doesn't know the whole story. I've never really told anyone everything that happened. I guess I'm still trying to convince myself it wasn't real. But deep down, I know what I saw. I was 15 at the time, living in this old apartment building in North London with my mum and older brother Jack. The building was nothing special, just your typical brick council flat from the 70s with paper-thin walls and dodgy heating. Our flat was on the 4th floor, with my bedroom at the end of a short hallway. That night started like any other. It was a school night, but I was up late texting my girlfriend Ellie. We'd only been dating for like 2 months, and we were in that phase where you stay up talking about absolutely nothing important until stupid o'clock in the morning. Mum had gone to bed around 10, and Jack was out with his mates. He usually came home around 1 or 2 in the morning on weekends, but this was a Tuesday, so I figured he'd be back earlier. It must have been around midnight when Ellie called me. We were whispering and laughing about some drama that had happened at school that day. The flat was completely silent except for our conversation, and my room was only lit by this small bedside lamp that cast this weird yellowish glow across everything. I remember I was lying on my bed, just staring at the ceiling, when I heard the front door open. I immediately tensed up because I wasn't supposed to be awake. My mum's a heavy sleeper, but if Jack caught me, he'd definitely take the piss or threaten to tell Mum I was up all night talking to a girl. Shit, I think my brother's home, I whispered to Ellie. I gotta go, she laughed. Don't get caught. Text me tomorrow. I hung up quickly and shoved my phone under my pillow. Then I did what any teenager would do. I faked being asleep. I pulled my duvet up to my neck, closed my eyes most of the way, but kept them open just enough to see, and tried to make my breathing slow and regular. I could hear footsteps in the hallway getting closer to my room. They weren't particularly heavy or light, just normal, just someone walking. I figured it was definitely Jack. My door wasn't completely shut. It was open just a crack, and I saw the shadow of someone outside. Then the door pushed open a bit more. From my fake sleeping position, I could see the door open wider, letting in some of the dim light from the hallway. I kept my breathing steady, still thinking it was Jack checking if I was awake. Then the door closed again, not all the way, but almost. I remember thinking, typical Jack, trying to mess with me. He used to do this thing when we were younger, where he'd pretend to leave but actually stay in the room to jump out and scare me. I was sure that's what he was doing, standing behind the door, waiting for me to give away that I was actually awake. After about a minute of nothing happening, I opened my eyes a bit more. That's when I noticed something weird. There was this silhouette or shadow or whatever behind my door. It wasn't Jack-shaped exactly, but in the darkness it was hard to tell. It was just this dark figure, completely still. I wasn't scared yet. I was actually getting a bit annoyed, thinking Jack was being childish. I was about to call him out when the figure moved. It didn't open the door wider. It just sort of inched forward, like it was trying not to make any noise. That's when I got the first chill. There was something off about the movement. It wasn't natural. It was too smooth, too deliberate. Still, I kept telling myself it was Jack. I decided I'd wait until he got closer. Then I'd jump up and scare him instead. Show him I wasn't so easy to prank anymore. So I kept pretending to be asleep, but my heart was starting to beat faster. The figure moved again, getting closer to my bed. The room was so dark that I couldn't make out any features, just this person-shaped darkness that seemed to absorb what little light there was. I could feel my palms getting sweaty under the covers. Then I felt it, something touching the duvet over my feet. It felt like a hand, but lighter somehow, tracing the outline of my feet through the blanket. I had this immediate urge to pull my feet away, but I forced myself to stay still. In my head, I was thinking, what the hell is Jack doing? It wasn't like him to take a prank this far. Usually he'd have jumped out by now, laughing his head off. The touch moved up, following the shape of my leg under the duvet. That's when my breathing definitely wasn't fake calm anymore. My heart was hammering in my chest so hard, I was sure whatever was there could hear it. The touch stopped at my knee, and then I felt a weight shift on the bed, like someone sitting down beside me. I could sense it right next to me, right fucking next to me. I could almost feel breath on my face, but there was no sound of breathing, just this presence. That was the moment I knew. I absolutely knew it wasn't Jack. It didn't feel human. It didn't feel like anything I'd ever experienced before. In that second, pure terror shot through me, but also this weird sense of, I need to see what this is. So I opened my eyes fully, ready to confront whatever sick joke was happening. What I saw, God, I still see it when I close my eyes sometimes. It wasn't Jack. It wasn't anyone. It was this figure, this shadow. It had a basic human shape, head, shoulders, torso, but no features I could make out. It was darker than the darkness around it, like a hole cut out of reality. Where a face should have been was just nothing, empty. I was completely frozen. Not like sleep paralysis. I could move. I just couldn't make myself do it. We were face to face, or face to whatever it had, and for what felt like an eternity, we just stayed like that. Me staring at it existing in front of me. Then it spoke. And this is the part that makes me think I wasn't dreaming or hallucinating. The voice wasn't in my head. It came from where its mouth should have been. It was low and sort of scratchy, but completely clear. It said, "Not your brother." Just those 3 words. But the way it said them, like it knew exactly what I'd been thinking, like it was amused by my mistake. What happened next is fuzzy. I think I might have screamed or tried to. I remember jerking backwards, slamming against my headboard. I remember reaching desperately for the lamp beside my bed. And then, nothing. Literally nothing. The next thing I knew, it was morning. I woke up with my duvet twisted around me like I'd been wrestling with it all night. My lamp was on the floor, bulb broken. My door was closed all the way, which I never do because our flat gets too stuffy, and I was drenched in sweat, heart still racing like I'd just run a marathon. For a few minutes, I just lay there, trying to convince myself it had been a nightmare. Just a really vivid, terrifying nightmare. But it didn't feel like one. It felt real, too real. When I finally got up the courage to leave my room, I found Jack asleep on the sofa. He'd crashed there instead of going to his room. Mum was in the kitchen making breakfast, completely normal. When she asked why I looked so tired, I just mumbled something about not sleeping well. Later, I asked Jack what time he'd gotten home. He said around 1 in the morning, and he'd been too drunk to make it to his room, so he'd just collapsed on the sofa. He swore he hadn't been anywhere near my room. And I believed him. Jack's a lot of things, but he's not a good liar, especially with a hangover. I spent weeks trying to make sense of what happened. Sleep paralysis was my first thought, but everything I read about it said you can't move during an episode. I could move. I did move. And sleep paralysis doesn't usually involve voices that respond to your thoughts. I told myself maybe I'd been half dreaming. That weird state where you're kind of awake but still dreaming. But it didn't feel like that either. It felt completely real. For a while I kept my light on all night. I started closing my door completely and shoving a chair under the handle. I'd check under my bed every night like a little kid. My mum noticed something was up, but I couldn't tell her. How do you tell someone you saw a shadow person in your room that knew what you were thinking? The really weird thing is, nothing like it ever happened again. No more shadow figures, no more voices, no more strange touches in the night. Just that one time, that one night. And that almost makes it worse, you know? If it had kept happening, maybe I could have figured out what it was, maybe caught it on video or something. But it was just this isolated thing that I can't explain. I'm 18 now, moved out of that flat when my mum relocated for work last year. My new place doesn't give me the same creepy feeling, but I still can't sleep with the door open. I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, completely certain there's something standing behind my door. And sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear those words again. Not your brother. I don't know what visited me that night. I don't know if it was something supernatural or just my brain playing the worst trick ever. But whatever it was, it changed something in me. There's a part of me that's always waiting for it to come back, always listening for the sound of footsteps when everyone else is accounted for. Always wondering what would have happened if I'd stayed asleep that night, or if I'd turned on the light faster, or if I'd asked it what it wanted. Sometimes I think maybe it did tell me what it wanted. Maybe saying it wasn't my brother was its way of telling me exactly what it was. And that's the thought that keeps me up at night. Story 20. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm a rational person, always have been. But what happened with my daughter Emma a few years back, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I'm writing this down now because I need to get it out somewhere, and maybe someone else has experienced something similar. I was a single mom living in a modest 3-bedroom house in Oakwood Estates, a typical suburban neighborhood with decent schools and reasonable rent. Nothing fancy, but it was home. The house itself wasn't particularly old. Built in the early 90s, I think. Standard layout, living room and kitchen downstairs, bedrooms upstairs. We'd been there since Emma was about 18 months old, and everything had been completely normal until she turned 4. It started on a rainy Tuesday afternoon in April. I remember because I had taken a rare day off work to catch up on some household stuff while Emma was in preschool. I picked her up at noon, and since the weather was bad, we decided to spend the afternoon playing inside. Emma was going through a major Playmobil phase at the time. She had this huge farm set with animals and little figures that she absolutely loved. We were sitting on the living room floor, Emma carefully arranging her plastic cows in the barn, when she suddenly looked up at the empty space next to her and giggled. Kids do that kind of thing all the time, so I didn't think anything of it. But then she turned to me with this completely serious expression and said, "Mommy, say hello to the monster." I played along, thinking it was just an imaginary friend phase. "Hello, monster," I said with a smile. Emma frowned at me. "He's right there," she said, pointing to the empty space beside her. "He's waving at you." Something about the way she said it made the hair on my arms stand up. Her tone wasn't playful or imaginative, it was matter of fact, like she was simply stating something obvious. "Oh, is he friendly?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. Emma nodded. "He likes to watch me play. He doesn't talk, though." I remember forcing a smile and suggesting we make some lunch. As we moved to the kitchen, I noticed Emma turn back and wave to the empty corner of the living room. I told myself it was just a phase. Kids have imaginary friends all the time. My niece had an invisible tiger named Stripes for almost a year when she was 5. No big deal. But things got weirder about a week later. We were in the upstairs bathroom, and I was helping Emma brush her teeth before bed. She kept turning around and making these little swatting motions with her hand. "What are you doing, sweetie?" I asked. "The monster keeps touching my hair," she said, her mouth full of toothpaste. "I'm telling him to go away." I felt that same chill run through me. "Is it the same monster from downstairs?" She shook her head. "This one's different. He's taller, and his face is all funny." She scrunched up her own face to demonstrate. I finished getting her ready for bed as quickly as I could, trying not to show how unsettled I felt. That night, I left her nightlight on, and the door cracked open wider than usual. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that it was completely normal developmental stuff, but I still checked on her 3 times before I went to bed myself. For a couple of weeks after that, Emma would occasionally mention the monsters, or the people that I couldn't see. It wasn't constant, just random comments here and there. She didn't seem scared of them, which I guess was somewhat reassuring. More like they were just there, part of her environment, like the mailman or the neighbor's cat. Then came the night that I still can't think about without feeling sick to my stomach. It was a Wednesday in May. I remember because I had a big presentation at work the next day and had stayed up late preparing. I finally crawled into bed around 1 in the morning and fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. I woke up suddenly to the sound of my phone vibrating. It was 3:14 a.m., a text from my boss with a last-minute change to the presentation. I groaned, knowing I'd have to get up early to incorporate it. As I set my phone back down, I had this sudden urge to check on Emma. Her room was just across the hall from mine. The door was ajar as I'd left it, with the soft glow of her unicorn nightlight spilling into the hallway. I pushed the door open quietly, expecting to see her curled up asleep with her stuffed rabbit. Instead, Emma was sitting straight up in bed, completely still, staring at the wall next to her dresser. Not blinking, not moving, just staring. In the dim purple light, her face looked almost blank. "Emma," I whispered. "Honey, why are you awake?" She didn't turn to look at me, She just kept staring at that wall as she answered in the most chillingly calm voice I've ever heard from her. I can't sleep with that man standing next to my bed. My entire body went cold. I followed her gaze to the wall, but there was nothing there, just her white dresser with the butterfly stickers she'd insisted on putting all over it, and the empty wall beside it. "What man, sweetie?" I managed to ask, my voice shaking. "The tall man. He's watching me." She pointed toward the corner between her dresser and the wall. "He's been there a long time." I flipped on the overhead light immediately. The room flooded with brightness, but there was nothing there. No one hiding in the corner, no shadows that could be mistaken for a figure. Nothing. "See? There's no one here," I said, trying to sound confident as I walked over to the spot she was pointing at. I even opened her closet door to show her it was empty, except for her clothes. "Just you and me." Emma finally looked at me, her expression confused. "He was just there. He's gone now." I sat on the edge of her bed and pulled her into a hug, feeling her little heart racing against mine. "It was just a bad dream, sweetie. Everyone has scary dreams sometimes." She pulled back and looked at me with those big, serious eyes. "It wasn't a dream, Mommy. He was really there. He comes a lot." "What do you mean, he comes a lot?" My mouth was so dry I could barely get the words out. "At night time, he stands there and looks at me." She pointed to the corner again. "Sometimes he sits on my bed." I honestly thought I might throw up. "Why didn't you tell me before?" Emma shrugged. "I thought you knew, like the other monsters, the ones downstairs." I ended up taking Emma to my room that night. I told her we were having a special sleepover, but truthfully, there was no way I could leave her alone after that. I barely slept at all, just lay there with my arm around her, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. The next day, I called in sick despite my presentation. I spent the morning researching child psychologists, convinced that Emma must be experiencing some kind of anxiety or stress that was manifesting as these visions. Maybe the divorce from her dad when she was 2 had affected her more than I realized, even though she barely remembered him. While Emma was napping that afternoon, I walked through her room, looking for anything that could cast strange shadows or reflections. I rearranged her furniture so the dresser wasn't creating that corner she'd pointed to. I even got a baby monitor from my friend Lisa and set it up that night, though Emma was almost 5 and hadn't needed one for years. For the next few weeks, Emma slept in my room more often than not. When she did sleep in her own room, I'd check the monitor obsessively. Sometimes I'd see her sit up and look toward that same corner, though she never mentioned the tall man to me again directly, but other incidents kept happening. She'd stop in the middle of playing to stare at empty doorways. She'd wave at corners when she thought I wasn't looking. Once, I found her having an animated conversation with her stuffed animals and what she called the lady in the blue dress in our basement laundry room. I was at my wit's end. I even had a priest come bless the house when Emma was at preschool, feeling ridiculous the entire time, but desperate enough to try anything. I'm not even religious, but my mom suggested it, and I was willing to try whatever might help. The breaking point came about 2 months after the first incident. I was cooking dinner while Emma colored at the kitchen table. Without looking up from her drawing, she said, "The crying boy doesn't like it when you use that knife, Mommy." I nearly cut myself as I spun around. "What crying boy, Emma?" She pointed toward the pantry door. "The one that's always in there. He says that knife hurts him." I looked down at the large kitchen knife in my hand, the one I always used for chopping vegetables. There was nothing special about it, but something about Emma's words made me put it down immediately. That night, I started looking for a new place to live. I broke our lease, paid the penalty, and found a 2-bedroom apartment across town within 2 weeks. I told everyone it was to be closer to Emma's preschool, but the truth was, I couldn't spend another night in that house. the strangest part of all this. The day we moved into the new apartment, the monsters stopped completely. Emma never mentioned them again, never pointed to empty spaces or talked to invisible people. When I carefully asked her about her friends from the old house a few months later, she looked confused, like she didn't know what I was talking about. It's been 3 years now. Emma is 7, happy, well-adjusted, doing great in school. She doesn't remember any of it. Or if she does, she doesn't talk about it. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if I somehow worked myself into a paranoid state over normal childhood. Imagination. But then I remember her face that night, staring at the empty corner of her room. I remember how matter-of-fact she was about the tall man watching her. And I know I didn't imagine the relief I felt when we closed the door on that house for the last time. I've never been back to the old neighborhood. I don't want to know if another family lives there now, or if they have children. I don't want to know if those children see things that aren't there. I still don't believe in ghosts. Not really, but sometimes when I'm up late at night and the apartment makes those normal settling noises that all buildings make, I find myself looking toward the corners of the room, just checking, just making sure there's nothing there that shouldn't be. Because whatever my daughter saw in that house, it was real to her. And sometimes in my darkest moments, I wonder if it was real, period.